residence of the mayor. Garcetti was asked tonight by some reporters about these curfews. There has been somewhat of a backlash. Some members of the society, members of the public feel that, in effect, a curfew is putting all of society under house arrest and that it's too broad an action that is preventing peaceful protest. But Garcetti responded saying, bottom line is my top priority is public safety. This is necessary given the violence that has erupted across the city, across the area over the past few days, and these curfews are necessary. He said he will not make any long-term decisions. He won't say this will be in effect for a week or so. He's going to make decisions on curfews along with other county leaders on a day-to-day basis. Apparently, New York City has decided to go ahead and mandate curfews for an entire week, but that is not going to happen here in Los Angeles. We'll have much more throughout the night. For now, reporting live in Hancock Park as these demonstrators take a knee for George Floyd, I'm Chris Wolf. Back to you in the studio.
Okay, Chris, thank you. Large protests still going strong in downtown Los Angeles.
KTLA 5, Mary Beth McDade has been in the thick of it all day and joins us live with an update from City Hall. MB.
Yes, and that siren that you just heard going by us, that was actually the paddy wagon taking away some of the protesters that have been put in flex cuffs. And I was talking to one of the police officers here, and he believes that a lot of these guys are going to be taken over to the Metro Detention Center and processed there. You can see some of the protesters, they're all been put in these flex cuffs. Since, you saw probably an hour ago where there was a little bit of a confrontation between officers and some of the protesters, but the remaining ones here, it has really just been a peaceful presence of these protesters. They've all been going in without, other than that one you saw about an hour ago that showed you, all these guys seem to be pretty peaceful. They're like, okay, we're going to get arrested. Yep, we went beyond curfew. They were kind of expecting it, it appears. I must say the officers, they were flying overhead starting around 6 o'clock or even before 6, alerting people, you guys, the curfew starts at 6. You must go home. You must go home. A large majority of protesters did. And then there were still probably a couple hundred protesters who refused to leave. And then when officers on the ground started asking them to go home, well, that's when a big group started marching down Broadway and 5th. I know Larry Welk has been at Broadway and 5th for some of the arrests that are going on. And we're back here right by police headquarters where here they've done probably about 100 arrests just here alone. And so far, so good. Things are going smoothly here. There is a very large police presence. And right by LAPD headquarters, Chris, if you even want to spin around, we can show you have LAPD officers here. They are protecting headquarters. You can see there's also the National Guard. There goes some more of the National Guard. Quite a few of them are coming by. We have a big presence of National Guard throughout this neighborhood. They're working in unison with LAPD officers, helping beef up police presence here. And they're sort of boxing in this crowd, if you will, both the LAPD officers and the National Guard. They've been protecting City Hall. We've been watching them. They've been protecting LAPD headquarters, so making sure that none of those buildings are being damaged in any way or that people don't get inside those buildings. As you know, there was the LAPD, the police commission meeting that was going on for a large part of the day. Last year it was still going on. About 500 people they had planned for to speak, but then thousands wanted to speak. And so that meeting got underway a little bit late because they wanted to give everyone who wanted to say something an opportunity to talk today. It's a virtual meeting. And many of them in there, they're upset with the way that the police have handled the protest. They feel that there's been too much tension and that the police have used too much force. But you have to understand that these protesters, they've been throwing bottles, they've been throwing rocks at these police officers. And so police officers, they've been using non-lethal ammo, these rubber bullets as well as beanbags. And they've been, we're going to just back this up and let the officers go by. And right closely with the LAPD helicopter going over, assessing the situation here. But it looks like they need need to obviously bring in probably another few paddy wagons because we have a few dozen more people that are going to need to be scooped up here. But this situation does look like it's well under control. I think we're going to now hop in the car and we're going to head down to what's happening down there at Broadway and Fifth that Larry Welk has been showing you and find out how that situation is going on just 4 blocks from here. That's going to do it for us by police headquarters. Mary Beth McDade, Micah Sherrill, we'll send it back to you guys.
Mary Beth, just to get an understanding in a broad sense of what we're looking at in downtown LA, the vast majority of the people have left. Those that remain clear that at this point their wish is to be placed under arrest, and that what we're seeing is that process unfold.
That's correct. Hey, Chris, if you just flip around there, Michael's asking about some of the arrests. So, Mike, I'll show you what's going on here right now as far as the arrests. There was a large police presence. They moved in. They had those plastic flex cuffs that we see. And a lot of the people, they took a knee, they sat down, put their hands up. You had one of the police officers, he came over and explained to the crowd, all right, guys, this is what's going to happen now. You basically... You did not obey the curfew. You are going to be arrested. And then since he let the crowd know, there has been no problem since then. Everyone except for I think the very first guy that was arrested resisted. Everyone else is like, okay, we're prepared to be arrested. We knew this was going to happen. We didn't go home, and this is the way they're making their statement, and they're doing it peacefully though. So right now everyone is obeying the police officers' orders, Micah. So it's nice to see that things are coming to a conclusion right here with this group anyway, and it's coming to an end peacefully. And they've been listening to police officers. Again, you hear a lot of sirens in the background. We are going to go down and.
They are right there, the police. They're coming back.
I don't want to get any messages saying that we are holding.
So we're back here on First between Broadway and Spring, right by police headquarters.
All right, Mary Beth, thank you. And regardless, they mean business. We saw it last night. And in Hollywood alone, some over 500 arrests that were made, which is a record for the Hollywood division. So you have to heed by those rules at 6 o'clock when the curfew hits.
During tonight's address to the city, Mayor Garcetti invited a young man to deliver a powerful message of unity.
Let's take a listen to what 16-year-old Davion Pilgrim had to say.
Hi, my name is Davion Pilgrim, and I am 16 years old. First, I want to say thank you to Mayor Garcetti for giving me this opportunity to speak today, because I have a story to share. I was recently stopped by the police officers and racially and criminally profiled. I was accused of being associated with the gang. I thought that really hurt, because that's not me. I am a God-fearing young black man. I'm an athlete. I'm a president of the youth department at Greater Zion Church in Compton, under the leadership of Dr. Michael J.T. Fisher. I love God. That's why I believe in a change, and I have hope. The opportunities with the people of faith and have a conversation with the mayor today was hopeful. We want to make sure that what happens to George Floyd does not ever happen again to someone that just looks like me. Losing our lives to the police officers is one of the biggest fears that we have in South LA. I have 7 brothers and sisters, and I for surely don't want none of that to happen to them. This is a hard moment, but the good news is that there is still time for unity. And while I think we should keep protesting and demanding change, there is no need to loot and tear up things down. It is time for us to rebuild. Conversations are what we need. We need to talk to each other. We need to understand each other. The police needs to understand where we are coming from. It is my prayer, my deep prayer, that we come together in unity and we take a stand together in a time like this. We need to hold our officers accountable, and we must stay strong for change and for peace. Thank you. Amen.
A powerful voice from the heart of Los Angeles tonight. Across the country, protesters and police are not just exchanging tear gas and tension.
In many places, demonstrators and law enforcement are actually standing together or kneeling down, as Jeannie Mose reports.
They're not just on opposite sides of the barricades.
Okay, so there you go.
Barricades are being thrown. interactions between police and protesters aren't just causing the kind of tears that sting, there are moving moments as well. Particularly when officers kneel with protesters from Coral Gables to Oklahoma City to Portland, Oregon. Even chiefs of police and sheriffs are kneeling to honor the loss of George Floyd.
And us joining them in a symbolic way, that's the least we can do.
Some are even marching with protesters.
I took my helmet off.
I'll fix the image
like
in a
Sheriff
minute.
Chris Swanson in Flint, Michigan.
Where do you want to walk?
I usually don't pick
Green Bay's police
picture
chief
40s
walked,
things, but give me a minute.
united in dismay over how George Floyd died.
Just like you, I was sickened.
Even a gesture like removing a hat helps.
To the Floyd family.
Instead of grappling, there were even hugs.
People hugging a police officer? And I'm like, what?
When Orlando's police chief and the sheriff knelt, there were naysayers. Ignore this propaganda. At the exact time Orlando PD posted this tweet, I was rinsing out the eyes of peaceful protesters. And yet, protesters formed a ring to protect this police officer in Louisville from the crowd. And in New York City, an officer shared his hand sanitizer. One hand literally washes the other. Jeannie Most, New York.
Images from across the country. Back with more in a moment.
Gas for a reason, man. Y'all so messed up, bro.
Yeah, the KTL. I don't know that that's live on the bottom left, but I mean, it might be. I think it is. I don't know why people protest. I don't do that shit.
You will be placed under arrest on the charge of disorderly conduct. The arresting officer to the prisoner transport vehicle. Or if you resist arrest, you may be charged with additional crimes. Since you have refused to leave the roadway, you will be placed under arrest on the charge of disorderly conduct. If you do not cooperate and accompany the arresting officer to the prisoner transport vehicle, or if you resist arrest, you may be charged with additional crimes. Since you have refused to leave the roadway, you will be placed under arrest on the charge of disorderly conduct. If you do not cooperate and accompany the arresting officer to... in the roadway and obstruct the vehicular traffic. You are ordered to leave the roadway and utilize the available sidewalk.
We want to go back to downtown Los Angeles, 5th and Broadway overhead, where we were earlier, and looking at the police presence there, basically making a perimeter and enclosing protesters who have gone past the 6 p.m. countywide curfew, and where arrests are being made.
And we look live from Hollywood as well with a similar picture. As we have come to understand, as of yesterday, LAPD setting a single-day record nearing 600 arrests in Hollywood alone. The vast majority of them, over 90% of them, for failure to disperse and curfew violations. And we are seeing a similar thing play out here tonight on the streets of Hollywood. These people given every opportunity to go home and to leave the area and to disperse. But as we saw yesterday, a small percentage of them unwilling to abide by the curfew and willing to be arrested. And that's what's happening here tonight in Hollywood as well. LAPD on the scene.
The protests largely peaceful throughout the day. We want to now go to the ground and to our reporter, Jennifer McGraw, who is live in Hollywood. Jennifer.
Sharon, Micah, this turned from a peaceful protest to a curfew, and about an hour after that curfew, police mean business. They have now rounded up quite a few people, and they are making the arrest. When Larry Welk was in the sky talking about a parade of cars and people going down Santa Monica Boulevard, he was talking about this portion of people. They actually came all the way from Sunset and Vine, and they walked through the streets, and here we are on Bronson, and police, we didn't see any for about an hour, and then all of a sudden they came in their cars and their motorbikes, and they stopped the people here, and they are making their arrest. And from here, this is how they kind of do things. They line people up, they take their information, they zip tie them, and then they load them off in buses, and then they make their way around the city in little portions and sections, just to make sure that they are looking all over the city. Just now, police were talking to us and giving us a hard time about being on the streets and understanding curfew, but of course we're out here trying to get the story out. We did see some people trying to resist arrest. One man said that he wasn't going to listen to them, and he was thrown to the ground and put in a car. So, I mean, when LAPD tells you to go home and heed that curfew warning, they absolutely mean business. Micah, Sheriff.
All right, Jennifer McGraw, thank you. We have a moment now and an opportunity to cover your forecast.
How's the audio? Is it
too
loud?
Here to do just that, Vera.
What?
Thank you so much, Micah. Yep, it is going to be another warm day tomorrow. Temperatures are going to remain slightly above average, but if you like the cooler weather, hang tight because it is on the way. In the meantime, here's a live look from one of our cameras. Happens to be our Long Beach camera, where you can see we've got plenty of cloud cover still with us at this hour. This afternoon, even though we did have lots of clouds, temperatures were well above average with 83 degrees for a daytime high. The average this time of year, of course, should be closer to the mid-70s. As we look at some current numbers for you, let's start with downtown Los Angeles, where the winds are calm, 73 degrees. So still warm there. Fullerton's a little bit warmer with 75 degrees. The breeze there out of the southwest at about 6 miles per hour. Windier if you're in Ontario, and it's cloudy. It's still humid though, 80 degrees. That is going to be in Camarillo. As we take a look at some current wind speeds for you, as you can see, the wind's very light when you are west of the mountains. East of the mountains, those winds get a little bit stronger for our desert communities, but again, at this point, it is pretty normal. That's just the regular pattern that we see. The winds always get a little bit stronger east of the mountains at this time of day. As we take a look at the satellite radar picture, this is the area of low pressure that is bringing all of those low clouds. The circulation around that system is bringing that moist, humid air, and if you happen to be inland, along our desert communities, some of our interior valleys, this ridge of high pressure is bringing all of that heat to you, and those two things are kind of mixing, and that's what's producing that warm, sticky feeling. So again, there is a chance that by the time we get to Friday, we are going to see a very slight chance of maybe some heavy drizzle, maybe even a sprinkle or two, and that's because of an area of low pressure that is going to drop in from the north and actually bring a cooler air mass. It's going to push that ridge of high pressure out of the way, and that will finally be our changing pattern. As we take a look at tomorrow, 6:25.
I changed the picture. That's what it should look like for you,
Susan.
Susan.
Not nearly as much as we had earlier this afternoon and this morning, but we are going to be looking at a lot of mid and upper level clouds. So the low clouds won't be there, but again, it's the mid and high level clouds that are streaming in off the Pacific that is bringing that muggy weather. We do have an excessive heat warning for parts of our desert communities like Quinta, Palm Springs, Banning, Coachella Valley. You are going to see temperatures that are going to be in the triple digits. In fact, it could be as warm as 111. Keep in mind that overnight the temperatures are staying on the warmer side, and that is why there is an excessive heat warning. If the temperatures drop enough during the overnight hours, sometimes they pull those off because you get a moment of relief. When you don't get that moment of relief is when it becomes dangerous, and our bodies don't always react well to that. Tomorrow, though, you can see that it is going to be another warm, muggy day. 85 in Belle and Bellflower, the same in Long Beach, Newport Beach, 76 degrees, 86 in Rancho Santa Margarita, 98 in Riverside, and 95 in Corona. We'll begin in Orange County for you, 90 degrees tomorrow with partly cloudy skies, 73 on Friday, Saturday. So again, those temperatures are going to cool down. For the LA Coastal Basin, we're looking at mid-80s with morning clouds tomorrow, 70 by Saturday with partly cloudy skies. Inland Empire, 100 degrees tomorrow. Oh yeah, you can count on it. Hot and muggy, slightly cooler on Thursday and not quite as humid, 77 on Friday, and we'll keep it in the 70s through the weekend. San Fernando, San Gabriel Valley, temperature is going to be the same. Actually, no, I'm sorry, temperature is not going to be the same. Cloud cover winds are going to be the same. San Gabriel Valley is going to...
This lawsuit without the support of any company. We didn't confer with them before we brought this.
This is interesting. This is Al Jazeera.
So do foundations and individuals in America. We are bringing this on behalf of the American people, and we're happy to enjoy the support of some of the major tech companies as well. That's not why we did this. We did this for the people of America, and we're hopeful that others will join us in vindicating their rights.
Avery Gardner, good to talk to you. Thanks for talking to Al Jazeera.
Thank you.
Was a scene in Paris, tear gas being fired at protesters. The protest began peacefully outside a courthouse. Police moved in to clear large crowds in other parts of the French capital. Demonstrators want to draw attention to the case of Adama Traore, a
This is Al Jazeera.
Who died in police custody back in 2016.
I just want to see what they're saying on their news channel. I haven't seen this in a while.
Movement in the United States. Now, coronavirus infections are rising in Latin America with more than 1 million confirmed cases across the region. Most are in Brazil, which has the second highest number of infections in the world. Almost 30,000 Brazilians have died after contracting the virus. But some countries, including Mexico, Colombia and Venezuela, are starting to ease restrictions. Now, officials in Bangladesh have confirmed the first COVID-19 death among Rohingya refugees. A 71-year-old man died in Kutupalong camp, which is home to 600,000 displaced Rohingya from Myanmar. He was among the 29 people who tested positive last month. 15,000 refugees have been put under quarantine. The UN has warned of a severe impact in the overcrowded camps, sheltering more than 800,000 people. Well, Louise Donovan is a spokeswoman for the UN High Commissioner for Refugees.
They're talking about coronavirus. Manhattan video keeps on freezing. KTLA is on the commercial. The Manhattan video is over. That's not live on the bottom.
First
Can't
right
be.
now, live over down.
But what's your take?
For their own political gain.
I don't show up because I'm not on. Oh, really? YouTube? Oh, wow. No, I know. I have no idea how that works. I'm buried under like a whole bunch of other stuff. That's why. There's like millions of videos that say protest, so mine's not going to be anywhere close to the top.
Sergeant, I'm just going to take this off and have you talking in there. Thank you for being with me. I'll hold it for you. And then just so, who do we have here behind us that are being arrested?
We have about 150 protesters that were obviously exercising their First Amendment right at City Hall. They've been pretty peaceful so far. They traveled south from City Hall down Broadway. We're here just north of 5th Street on Broadway, and we're taking the last 50 or plus so into custody for curfew violations.
Okay, and about how many people were arrested out here this evening?
About 120 to 150.
About 120, 150 people were arrested. And yes, I mean, from what we've seen, it looks like today overall was pretty peaceful.
Yeah, so far it's been peaceful, and we hope that the people that are exercising their right remain peaceful because no one wants to get hurt.
Okay, and where will these guys be processed tonight? What will happen to them?
Right now, what's happening is the officers are slowly, methodically taking each person into custody as peacefully as possible, putting them in a bus.
That one wasn't live. There's no way. People are playing loops and shit.
All right, as you having some technical difficulties with Mary Beth's interview with one of the sergeants there on the ground in downtown Los Angeles. What we were able to gather from that interview, even though the audio was a little bit low, was that 120 to 150 protesters that were in downtown Los Angeles, among the thousands that were there all day today, were arrested this evening for violating the curfew that is county-wide that began at 6 p.m.
And this is a situation we saw very similar last night in Hollywood as we watched hundreds of people being arrested in violation of the curfew and for failure to disperse. And this is the scene now once again live in Hollywood as the LAPD prepares to play a repeat from what we saw last night and bring more people into custody.
We'll continue to follow this breaking news for you and return here back at 10 and 11. Hope to see you then.
I can't believe they're just not gonna cover it now. KTLA, they're like, okay, yeah, we'll see you guys later. MSM, yep. ABC, NBC, stuff like that. That's all I can find. This is what you get when you search for the protest or News Live. NBC, ABC.
the scene looks like here. You have a mix of LA City Fire as well as the LAPD blocking the street. And there's a few civilian vehicles here in the area, but I don't see anyone else driving their cars. So perhaps the people who are in those cars are already rented in, and the cars will be sold away. Hollywood Boulder. So Hollywood Boulder, right around the corner, smash ahead is Veronica. You see all of these people about to be escorted over, likely to either a train or a bus, which I think is just down the street here. So all the people wipe their traffic. And there it is. There's more coming. There we go. There's the buses coming. These are the transportation buses. They're usually used.
I don't know why it's still stuck on standby. It shouldn't be. This is what it looks like for me when it pops up. Like, that just happened.
Bring him over here. What's he doing?
I don't know why it's still stuck on standby. It shouldn't be.
You guys keep an eye on that and here, and then you pull me if something coming forward.
This is what it looks like for me when it pops up. Like, that just...
There's somebody over there, but we'll try to squeeze her. So,
I'm going to want to show that. Yeah, that's true. Compared to last night, you have to keep in mind when the military police moved people away from St. John's Church, that didn't happen here tonight. There was a peaceful protest by the Lincoln Memorial, and then there were protesters who came here to 8th Street, across the street from the White House by Lafayette Square Park. Let me move out of the way, pardon me, sir. You can see this gate here. It's around 8 feet, and this has been put up yesterday, or excuse me, this morning, as a result of what occurred yesterday. Let's show you some video. You can see some of the protesters were peaceful. You had others who were shaking the fence back and forth. You then would have the military police who would move forward, and then they would move back. You're now going to hear from some of the protesters.
This Washington, D.C., top right. I don't know what fence that is.
In their words, they see change. I'm Shamari Stone, back to you.
Mark Hardy, what you get? I was gonna go get one too today, but you know, I slept all day because of the stream from last night. I want to get a semi-auto shotgun.
Of them actually went into the building, and then that'll eventually lead them down, of course.
I got the same gun. I got the 40 caliber version. Totally happy with it. Can't beat a $300 pistol.
know, protesters on Sunset Boulevard, a lot of them are running. And then over by the mayor's house, the Getty House on 6th and Irving, where we saw a very large demonstration earlier today. Some police in that direction. Now, I don't know if the entire crowd was seated over there in the Hancock Park area over at the Getty House, but once this situation that we're monitoring now resolves itself, then we'll be able to take a peek and find out what is going on over there. But for now, we're going to focus our
Okay, this one's Little Rock. It's somebody's cell phone, and it's gone. Son of a...
but it doesn't mean that people have gotten out of the building. Whatever that staircase leads to is likely going to lead them directly into the apartment building, but then from there, the individuals to get out and get out onto the street, and the street is the Van Ness, where there is a team of officers waiting to take them into custody. Now, this team has already taken a number of individuals into custody. You see one right there, and there are some buses nearby as well as some vans that will take them over to jail for breaking curfew. We don't know the people are responsible for any other crime at this time. But you can see that not everyone is resisting or not wanting to be arrested.
Everybody's lives matter but yours. I'm juvenile like that, guys. I'm juvenile. I'll do that stuff. There's a lot of people here that say I'm immature.
Oh, that guy's an idiot.
What? That's right. I never grew out of junior high. My wife, though, she's mature. That's why I got married to her. She's mature.
No life matter! No life matter!
This guy's gonna get his ass beat.
No life matter! No life matter! All lives matter!
Wow, impressive. Thank you for being out here. Walking up the street here.
Oh, what the hell?
They don't know how to make gelato. Yeah, what are they going to do? They're going to bring out the machine. They can't even carry the machine. Yeah. They can't carry the machine.
Hey, Noah. This way, guys. This way. This way. Oh, we're going home. Where are they going? Oh, they're done then. They're going to be dispersed. It's curfew.
We don't have a curfew.
8 o'clock in downtown, I think. Maybe they lifted it.
We didn't last night.
Last night it was 8 o'clock. No.
No, they didn't make us leave.
Heidi. They announced it, and then they didn't make us leave. But they announced it. That's the thing is they announced.
HPPD said we did not have a curfew last night, that we were being given false reports because we were
Oh my God, this guy in the corner down here with the Trump flag.
And the waiters told us the same thing, that they said...
Guarantee you he's gonna die tonight.
All right, boss. Have a good night.
So did they give them an alcohol sample?
Yeah.
Then they're not making them a sign.
Okay. We're going to be leaving. Hey, Heidi, did you leave her card? Yeah. We got bored.
There's that sign language lady again.
Developing tonight, the governor of Minnesota announcing a state investigation into the Minneapolis Police Department. State filed civil rights charges over the death of George Floyd in police custody. Minneapolis police fired the 4 officers involved, but only one has been arrested and charged. Protesters are calling for the other 3 to also
Get in line!
be arrested.
Get in line! He wants
tonight,
you.
A heartbreaking statement from the mother of George Floyd's 6-year-old daughter.
You want to? Hey, you want to do him, don't you, dude?
If it's a
Touch
problem,
your toes, bro. Touch your toes if you can.
Oh my God, this is awesome.
We got conversations going on over here. Let's go, guys. We know you want to because you like that stuff. Let's go, guys.
And I'm here for George. I want justice for him.
Roxanne
2020,
Washington
yeah.
is her name, and she could not hold back her tears as she spoke publicly for the first time. Washington says George will never
Kind of a strange time to have a Trump rally, but
graduate, walk down the aisle. She wanted everyone to know that he was a good father. Washington is asking that all officers involved in Floyd's
She
death
called
be
you
held
Kern. I go, what do you want, Kevin? And
Tonight,
we
Georgia
started
Governor
laughing
Brian
up
Kemp
there.
weighing in.
My
on
other web link.
amid the coronavirus pandemic.
That's
Today,
right.
protesters crammed in front of the state capitol. Many of them not wearing masks,
We'll see you guys
not
there.
social distancing. CBS 46's Jamie Kemp.
Governor Brian Kemp's latest COVID-19 update dominated by the daily protests.
We want people to protest and let their voice be heard in the right way and within respect to the law.
At points stating his immense frustration with disruptors.
They're stealing cones off the street to direct traffic so that when the tear gas goes out, they can sit the cone and pour a bottle of water on it and put it out. Those are not people here to peacefully protest.
They're gonna gas out too.
They are here to disrupt,
Good night, guys. All right.
injure
Bye-bye.
the
We love you.
Oh my God, that guy's microphone's horrible. That's a link, by the way. It's probably going to be the same thing.
Attending the protests, trying to weed out the ones who are here for the wrong reasons.
We are convinced that based on the information and intelligence we have, there are
The audio in the top right is bad whenever that guy talks.
Friday, more than 350 protesters have been arrested, not all from Georgia.
Sorry, guys. It took you long for this ride, and it's quiet now.
people arrested from out of state.
Trump 2020. We got
a night or two.
Now, that was Jamie Kennedy reporting. The property manager of Underground Atlanta, beaten, unconscious, and left for dead. Craig Waters. These images are tough to look at. Got a call just before midnight Friday from a security company about several stores being damaged by protesters. When he came to survey the damage, Waters' wife says a group.
A lot of the coverage right now is coming from
punched him, kicked him,
helicopters.
To the ground. An employee in Underground Atlanta we talked to was shocked.
You have an innocent man that was just coming down, checking on the property that he manages, and happened to get beat up, right? So all that does is create hatred.
We're told Waters sustained a fractured skull and other significant bodily injuries. New information tonight.
That's
2
Portland
suspects
on the
are
bottom
under
right.
arrest months after the death of a retired Gwinnett County deputy. Tavares Noah and Prince Robertson were taken into custody today. Police say they will be charged with murder in the death of Felix Cosme. In January, Cosme was working security at O'Reilly Auto Parts in Beaufort when he was shot during an armed robbery.
Where's the outrage for that man, huh?
At another auto parts store on June 1st. And right now, Tropical Storm Cristobal is moving up the Gulf Coast. It is the third named storm, and it's the only second official day of the Atlantic hurricane season. Meteorologist Ella Dorsey, she joins us now with more on the system. And Ella, it's kind of early for this, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, Sean. Actually, this is the earliest we've ever seen 3 named storms ever in a hurricane season. So the season is getting...
So this year sucks for a lot of other things plus hurricanes.
Regardless of whether they come come down voluntarily to take these people into custody. They've
Check on San Antonio.
the helicopter, and they heard it very well. And they even had a team of officers go to the
That is not
floor
720p.
and give them the warning in person that they hadn't come down, but
That's a huge crowd.
half of them were still up there. Now there's just a staircase that leads from the roof down to the bottom floor, and it's where most of them have gathered. So I don't believe that there's any other door that perhaps somebody else locked on the way down that is keeping them up there. And if there is, then of course I can see that several of these individuals they do have access to their phones, so they would be able to contact someone and explain what is going on. So at this point, it does appear that it is completely voluntary for these individuals to remain up on this roof, and they simply don't want to come down. But it's just a case of delaying the inevitable. They will, at some point, be taken into custody. So Saro is hearing that there's another big group at Hollywood and Gower, and I will communicate with Jack at the assignment desk. Jack, go ahead.
Rocks, bits of cement. It was rubber bullets that were deployed. As far as I can tell from the National Guard. That's who has the rifle.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's lots of officers here, Jack.
That's fireworks going off in bottom left.
And now they're just here to take the people who are on the roof into custody. Look at all of the people there.
Yeah, John, get your family time in. Houston. You could try Houston. The
So Jack, since I think you're still there, did you want Hollywood and Gower, or should we leave this out a few more minutes?
Where are these people? SWAT team.
Are they the ones that
Stay
want?
close to me.
Talk to me. What are we doing?
Do you know where they're from? Is that a SWAT team?
They tried to launch that one right at us.
Towards us? Okay.
They get the arc
Yeah,
right.
that's dozens. I know. Can we get onto me quickly?
And their location carefully.
Can we wrap them up? Because it's ending.
Yeah, just about a minute away. We can still look at the Hollywood and Gower.
That is not live in Houston, but that's a little bit of what it looked like.
Yeah, and this thing here in Brockton showing no signs of slowing down at all. Plenty of tear gas being deployed here. We had to step away because it really just gets to all of your faculties. I want to show you what's going on here behind me right now. We just had about 100 members of what appears to be a SWAT team dressed in all black come on into the line here. So now we have what appears to be at least hundreds of police officers here in Brockton and National Guard as well. A short time ago we heard some what sounded like rubber bullets being deployed into the crowd. And this, excuse me, again this is going to keep going on because of all the tear gas that's been deployed. But a short time ago on Center and Commercial Street here, in the center of town here, we had more of that back and forth where the crowd was throwing the firecrackers, large ones, into the police area, past the line, and then the police were then taking the tear gas and trying to get rid of the crowd. But now we've just seen a shift, and we kept asking the question is, how is this going to end here tonight in Brockton? This has been going on for hours. We're seeing movement again. You can see what's going on there. The crowd seems to have moved back somewhat, but now we have a line, a massive line of police here. in Brockton again, just to set the scene for people who are just tuning in. This is by the Brockton Police Station, and this has been going on for hours, where it's been a cat and mouse going back and forth. Objects being thrown at police, and the police deploying the tear gas, people running off in different directions. It seems like the crowd is now walking up to the line again with their hands up. They've been chanting throughout the night. And here's that crowd left here as well. We used to have a line in there. You can see that was on the hour. They've now been doing it. And it's just been tear gas all over the place tonight. Back and forth.
Protesters hauled off with them hand ties. They have been told you must exit the vicinity here. It's a bit of a standstill. We're monitoring it.
Something's being deployed right now.
Downtown Mario Diaz, keep your seat. Channel 2 News.
All right, Mario, thanks. Stay on top of it. Meanwhile, an alert from Houston Public Works tonight. Public Works says it removed piles of bricks and rocks from several locations across Houston today. The office says that
here we go with the fucking piles of bricks and shit
during the demonstrations in our city.
Today's march was peaceful as thousands heard Floyd's family and civil rights leaders speak in front of City Hall.
And that's where Channel 2's Jacob Rascone continues our live team coverage where the march ended. Jacob?
Yeah, the mayor says that more than a dozen members of George Floyd's family participated in today's demonstration. And tonight, City Hall is lit up in crimson and gold, the colors of Jack Yates High School, where George Floyd graduated from many years ago. The Houston demonstration is different from others across the country in at least one way. George Floyd's brother and other family members marched with the crowd and spoke to them.
This crowd again, more crowds, so that additional ground units that are in the area could start making their way over to the street to try to take some of these people into custody. There's a fire trying to make that turn.
For those of you that know Brockton, is right next to the
proceed through.
The train is obviously.
I haven't heard what type of call the fire department may be on.
Police taking a formation again. That is massive.
At least two fire trucks pulling up as well as a
their helmets on. They need to have that because glass bombs are being hurled at them. Rocks we saw near us.
Suspicious fires over the last few days.
Lots of objects
so
have been thrown
fire that does occur
dangerous objects. We're not just
area
talking about frozen water bottles here, water bottles. Objects that
this is going to be now Sunset,
sticks out.
Gower. So Sunset and Gower in the Hollywood area. We have spent a good chunk of our day today in Hollywood covering the protests, mostly peaceful protests.
Yes, I would say never been good with numbers, but I would say it's like hundreds. And I do want to point out if you turn around here, you can see all the police dogs are on the last line, right here, all lined up with Mass State Police, and they don't like those firecrackers. They've been jumping every single time along with the rest of us, including the police. And when those firecrackers come in, they've been large. They've been something that you'd see at a 4th of July festival here, you know, not something that...
They're going to be taken into custody. I see an airship down there, so that's going to be the LAPD airship. They do fly a lot lower than we do, so whenever you see an airship or a helicopter go through our shot, it is because they are the police helicopter. So he's circling the apartment building, and we are just coming overhead here. You'll see the night sun from his helicopter hitting the top of the roof there. And it doesn't really look like anyone has come down. It still looks like the same number of people that we had here minutes ago when we were checking it out, but I'm now starting to see some people make their way down the staircase. You see that gentleman there in the red jacket, he's starting to work his way down. Right there. I see him, thank you.
I don't know what city that is in the bottom left.
So for those of you who are just joining us and you're wondering what it is we're looking at an apartment building that's off of Van Ness Avenue and Rosewood in the Hollywood area. And all of the people that you see up on the roof are wanted for violating curfew. And yes, technically you could say, well, they're not really out and about, but what happened was the police were trying to take them into custody.
Yeah. I changed it again and it still does that. I'm never hitting that button again. When I started the stream, it was on this screen, so. Minnesota files civil rights charge against police force.
State troopers have now been deployed. Those are state troopers in brown.
That scared me. That's not me that just talked.
If all of you guys can please share this to your larger groups, I would really appreciate it. Please share this out to your larger groups. I'll be sure to stay here in the action. I got extra battery packs, and I need you guys to just do me that one favor and please share it to your groups and to your wall. Guys, please get this video out.
Okay, guys.
So the police department is saying they have 20 in custody, which basically matches what we were thinking. We thought there was about 40 people up there initially, and we lost about half of them. So it's does appear that we still have about another 20 up there. You can see that there's some more officers down at the ground level, and this is going to be the next apartment complex over. So at one point, the police helicopter said that he thought the people up on the roof simply just thought the officers on the ground couldn't see them. But of course, with the helicopter above it, it makes it pretty difficult to hide. And for that reason, the helicopter observer kept his eyes on the folks up here, and he relayed the information to the units below.
Tell me now.
Dispersed into two groups, and one of them is continuing near Gower, and another one is going to go over to a smaller street called the Centro. So that's what we're monitoring. Now, for the most part, was made up of vehicles, more vehicles than pedestrians, and that's where we've been splitting up this.
This is Las Vegas Review-Journal reporter James Schaefer. I've just been told we lost audio. Okay, thank you. Been told that we lost audio for a little bit, so let me just go ahead and catch you up on what's happening. We have been following these marchers that originally started on Naples in University Center Drive. There was an initial conversation between a member of the marchers, whose name is Christopher, who spoke with Metro officers about what their route would be. Metro officers discussed that plan and that route, and shortly later the marchers began. That route has led in a loop from Tropicana down to Hoffer House, going up and down University Center Drive, which is also Harmon, and Paradise. When it comes to interactions between local law enforcement and any of the marchers or public,
oh my God, no. Don't share that group. That was a failed attempt. Don't worry about that. You don't have to promote my Facebook page or anything. You can share the stream, that's good, or, you know.
100 to 120 officers lined up here.
Yeah, don't share that. I made that page back when I was, I probably made it 4 years ago. I was playing Star Trek Battlefront 2, or Battlefront. And the kids that used to watch me play told me to make a Facebook page, so that was a failed attempt.
These marchers are about to complete their second loop around their route. By then we'll see if they continue and how many more loops they will do. I will mention that the marcher that was speaking with Metro did say that he wanted to avoid this group getting onto Las Vegas Boulevard. He concurred with officers about their concern after last night's officer-involved shootings. They wanted to avoid police confrontation during this march. If you're just now joining us, this is Las Vegas Review Journal reporter Gene Schaefer, currently observing marchers, Black Lives Matter marchers, as they have been marching on this route down Paradise,
other ships
taking a right
too low
out going up University Center Drive, back to Tropicana. The march originally started today around 7 p.m.
That's a high step.
There has been no confrontation between local law enforcement and the marchers. The marchers have been on the sidewalk at all times.
People that are up there on the roof. These are about 20 protesters who are peacefully protesting Hollywood.
This march tonight is happening in the wake of 2 officer-involved shootings.
No, I don't.
There has been discussion amongst the crowd about fear of but if anything, there has been a cordial relationship between marchers, shaking of hands, interaction, conversations. We have seen no confrontation so far tonight. Shaking of hands, cordial contact.
One of those times was actually up with the protesters.
As you can see by those police vehicles, local law enforcement has been a constant presence at this march, observing the marchers, making sure they stay on the
So they
sidewalk.
still have the implication that the police are trying to put down a volunteer that is still on the table. And when they do put down, they will be arrested for violating the curfew. They're not on anything.
You see the crowd lighting up. We've seen similar other marches in the past couple days. I will say, out of all the marches so far, it is my belief that this is the latest. The latest march has started at 7 p.m. The other marches started at least before sunset. 1 p.m. 5 p.m. This is the first location, I believe, for a march to occur for Black Lives Matter marchers at Naples and University Center Drive. Other marches have started at Container Park, Mandalay Bay, Bellagio, and like last night, Trump Tower and Fashion Show Mall. That march last night went from Fashion Show Mall.
I don't know exactly what we're looking at. There's people on the roof.
And then northbound all the way to the Fremont Street Experience. As for the final destination of this march, we just simply do not know. If you're seeing that, that's marchers offering water to the law enforcement side of the road. Like I've said before, so far in this march,
They're protesting at the LA mayor's house and the police headquarters in LA. I'll come back to this. At San Antonio, they're still marching. Still a lot of good cell phone video right now, but that's good. Not a lot of rioting, which is also very, very good. Looting is not happening. I don't see. I mean, if somebody else sees looting and rioting, let me know. But I'm not seeing it.
Now there's more people crowding up. Share, guys. Help me out by sharing this video, please.
Yeah, that wasn't me. I didn't say that. That's the guy who's actually making the video. I have no idea what building that is. There's no audio that comes with this this feed right here. No idea what's happening right there. I mean, I'm sure there's stuff going on in New York right now that they don't want us to see. No, there's nothing. I mean, it's got to be on the news in LA somewhere. It's definitely a news chopper. I'm gonna try and find like a news channel in LA. Give me a minute. I just lost that. They took the camera off the people on the roof. Now it won't reload. If I see any more black on black crime after this, I'm gonna point my finger. They better not have any more black on black crime after this, let me tell you.
Thank you guys for joining
Since they're so united.
In downtown El Paso, Texas, where this protest continues. For y'all that are watching right now, I would really appreciate if you guys can get this video, share it to several of your groups. I would really, really appreciate it. Thank you guys.
Since 7 p.m., this is the latest. Most of these marchers typically occur before sunset. This is the first of mine, and knowledge of this march to start after sunset. These marchers will be starting their third week, heading down Paradise, taking right, going east by we will keep watching. Let me know and follow on Twitter or reporters as they follow our website, Las Vegas Free Journal, where we are adding live blog. I believe we have the story going on this, what happens live. This has been James Schaefer.
So meanwhile, you got everybody over here distracted, facing that way, right? And look at over here, what's going on behind them. They don't even see it. I haven't even seen all that right there. Look at that. Oh, the boys are ready.
everybody loves him. All my customers, my employees. He loves the music, and I do music.
He was about peace, unity. When you spoke to him, he always wanted to motivate you, no matter what you was going through.
Share, guys.
The light of the darker side of things.
They haven't even noticed those police officers bunching up behind them. And then here comes more, look.
This is Las Vegas Review Journal reporter Jim Schaefer. I've just been told we lost audio. Been told that we lost audio for a little bit, so let me just go ahead and keep you up on what's happening.
Blur faces? Yeah. Of course NBC. It's ABC. Of course somebody like that would say that. That's you don't want to blur faces. Oh my god, I can't believe they said to do that in the news.
Metro officers discussed that plan and that route, and shortly later the marchers began. That route has led in a loop from Tropicana down to Hawthorne, going up and down University Center Drive, which is also Harmon, and Paradise. When it comes to interactions between local law enforcement and any of the marchers public, other than that first initial meeting, we did see one man who was operating a drone near a Hawthorne house, and it crashed that drone into a tree, and local law enforcement came to speak with that man. I suspect to tell him not to fly the drone. We're still walking with the group. We'll let the scene play out as it goes, and we'll come back to you with information as we see it.
Can actually show us where the leading edge of the strongest winds are. And look at that. Look how far the gust front has kicked out ahead of the storm. So our thunderstorms are here, right? The wind it's producing is stretching all the way out here. This means that Holland likely just saw a big burst of wind, and this is moving towards Saugatuck, where you see this tail here, this line of fast wind moving out. Hence a thing.
I couldn't take that. That was killing my ears.
It kicks out ahead of the storm, so you can watch how it rolls on down. That's the big burst of wind. That being said, we might actually start to see the gust of winds into Kentwood.
Get on, and if I can, hey, everybody, y'all just standing around with no direction because y'all was being chaotic. If you with me, take it me. I love y'all, I'm with y'all, everybody love everybody. So when the lights in the air, everybody take it me. I just see the flags in the air, everything in the air. Everything in the air. I love you. First off, let's say, if y'all out there appreciate Texas, I love you. I need to see every phone light in the air now. There we go.
Mr. Monte Clark is speaking to the crowd here at Cesar Chavez Plaza. He's asked everybody to take a Turn off the cell phone flashlights. This is solidarity.
Moment of silence. Silence. Moment of silence.
Hey, shut the fuck up. We're having peaceful silence. Oh yeah, fuck the police. Yeah. Yeah, whatever.
If you have a bedroom that was killed by police, get on stage. Sandra Bland. Nia Wilson. Oscar Clinton. Stephon Clark. Stephon Clark.
Societies all across the world with his money. Let me tell you, propping up groups, right, to put out disinformation. These people are evil, let me tell you, absolutely evil. So that's what I wanted to show you. It's too bad that it's not playing. But the
Did we come here for that? Did we come here for that? Did we come here for that? Did you do that? You dishonor, you disrespect the legacy, okay? Because you can't disrespect them because they're not here. But if George Floyd was here, if you see all this in solidarity for you, if the hurricane corner in this area, you see that, do you know as a man how you feel? How dare you try to fuck up my moment? It's not about you. You selfish assholes.
Wow.
I understand the war on drugs. I understand red printing. I understand mass incarceration. I understand what they do about the community. I understand, where the most effective are the homeless. I understand we don't talk about the drug issues. I said Black Lives Matter.
Damn, it feels like my left ear just cleared up.
But what I'm upset with, highly upset with, is that they came in here for the wrong reasons. Hurt people. Treat others. No justice. No justice.
So we're gonna catch you guys up, give you a little recap.
Justice. Justice. They don't get no motherfucking peace. I said until we get some justice.
It's now 9 o'clock. We've been following these protesters since
Kids, come to your
they started at 13th and Star.
Kids, come to your
the main
I
group
know, I want to
did, and
get
then there was
the
another
Come
group
to your
here at
come to your
and so from 13th and Star, it probably took about an hour to get everybody together over at
13th and Stark, and it was really incredible to see how well organized they were. They had snacks, drinks, any kind of supplies that you might need out on a march like this.
When I say no dresses, you say no
Rags,
dresses, right?
earplugs, bottles of water, a lot of that to give out to people for free.
There's back to the roof.
13th and Stark talked about some of the rules of the night. The first rule, no violence. Second rule, communication. Make sure you listen to the leader so that it can remain organized. And then they marched to the Burnside Bridge, where they met the other group from downtown at the Burnside Bridge, and you saw thousands of people lying on the bridge, face down, the hands behind their back, in honor of George Floyd. They did that for 9 minutes, the number of minutes that Mr. Floyd was on the ground until he suffocated to death. So they marched
Sounds like they're letting a little
Burnside,
kid
marched
speak.
to, back down Burnside here to the Pioneer Courthouse Square, and I gotta tell you, it was really peaceful. The energy was really, really upbeat, and everything was going well. And then we had a car come through at 4th and Burnside, come through the crowd.
They're letting children speak. Come on.
Through that intersection, and nobody was hurt, fortunately, but our crew was just like feet away, and our guy Richie.
Oh, they got the people on the roofs.
Richie actually caught it on camera.
People on the roofs are being arrested.
Okay, so they've gathered here in the square, and they're been listening to some of the leaders. We're waiting to find out what they're going to do next.
I was crying. I was about to. County Sheriff's transportation buses.
Hold on, Judah, wait. Okay, hold on, no, you good, Judah, but hold on, wait.
Let's move around.
Judah, translation, what does mean?
So we're gonna go back,
Y'all make some noise for Judah,
we're gonna
y'all.
go back over to this aid station. I want to talk
That's
to
sad.
people providing aid. So we've been telling you the last few nights about the caravan of cars that's been
That's
following
sad.
the protesters
He's
just
the
for like
reason we need the
support.
de-escalation
And in the
tactical
first
team.
few nights, it was just like
He's the reason we need
what
the
seemed
cleanup
like just
crew.
basically like
He's the
emotional
reason we need
support,
our
not
artists,
really
our
anything
organizers,
very
our organizers,
practical.
our writers,
And
our singers, our rappers, our
as
dancers, our
the
producers,
nights go
and everybody
on,
solidarity
they've gotten more
under one
organized,
banner
and now
as
they're
well.
actually becoming like first aid and food and water support. Hey, can we talk to you guys? Can we talk to you guys? Can we talk to you guys really fast?
Judah, go sit over. Judah, go
We're
over there
with
with El Solo
Point
so we can
TV.
get this
Can
video.
we just talk to you guys about what you're
All
doing?
right.
What's your
So,
name?
what we're gonna do is
I'm Jen Frisbee.
we're gonna pray.
Talk to us
We're
about
gonna
what
say
you're
these
doing. Your
names
car's
first
filled with
before we
all
pray them.
kinds of snacks and
You wanna say
water.
these names?
We're here to
Because
support
I want
black
you guys.
people, black and
They're
brown
just trying
people.
to
We're
move it
here
on
to
us.
support them.
Okay.
Portland is
But
here
we're
for
gonna say
black
these
and brown
prayers.
people.
Well, I mean, sorry, we're gonna
All
say
right,
these
what are you
names.
doing? For protesters,
We're
we're
gonna
making
say
sure they
prayer.
can stay here as long as possible. So we need to feed
We're
them,
gonna
give them
stand over
water.
silence real quick.
Okay, so how did this
And we're gonna
group
organize,
of cars
mobilize,
and aid and
strategize.
food and water kind of get organized? Can you tell us about that?
There's no
Now, here we
organization. It's just everyone coming out on their own
All
volition.
right, phone
Everyone
lights
wants
back
to
in the air.
support
Everybody, phone
our
lights back in the air. Let's get it working.
comrades.
How do you feel? Were you here last night?
Everybody, let's light the city up. Close
Okay,
it.
so if you've been here all week,
Light it up, 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 light it up,
Hold on.
light it up. Just light the sky up, y'all. Light the sky.
oh, is that the canister full of
Everybody.
donuts? Oh my God, that's great. Okay, so you've been here since Friday. So talk to me about.
This is the guy, Andrew Mercado, who was
Yesterday.
he was documenting them holding that town in Minneapolis.
Your thoughts on that from
In the lab with the homies tonight. So the lab is a kitchen. That is a kitchen, and that's a laptop and a monitor.
Today, I feel like it's more of a celebration. Last night,
Yeah, that's a lab.
just basically a dance party for everyone. We want to see five DOD people having
George Floyd.
safe spaces to protect them. Who have died.
Yeah, well, we're glad you're out here. We'll talk to you later. Thanks for talking to us. Bye, Jen. Bye. You know, I would love a donut, but I don't need one. I don't need all that sugar. Let's save it for everybody else. Thank you, though.
Brandon Smith. Kobe Friday.
People on the rooftop we were seeing earlier, they're all getting arrested. That must be a police building or something.
To do this so that these protesters can stay out here as long as they need. As long as they can provide them water and food, they think that they'll stay out here longer. So that caravan of cars has really grown over the last few nights.
There's still protests in Washington. I'm seeing it on Fox News. I can't put Fox News on the screen though, because they don't have a live stream.
Do you think you can estimate how many people are out here? I mean, we've been able to kind of estimate the last few nights. Like last night it was about 4,500 probably. Tonight it's massive. What? It's a little bit bigger. And I think Portland Police actually said that last night's was 6,000. But it's bigger than that. It's bigger than last night for sure. Yeah, so we just have people kind of scattered throughout the square. The square itself is filled up, but the surrounding areas, people just kind of scattered, hanging out. The weather's nice. We're just kind of waiting for instructions what's next. Like last night at this time, they were marching back to 13th and Stark, I believe. So we're just gonna see where it goes. We haven't seen Portland Police. I've not seen them. I need to check Twitter and see what they're saying. That's how they're communicating with the media, is Twitter. I know earlier they were thanking these protesters for the peaceful demonstration. You know, the days and the hours are blurring together. So, Richie, at 9 yesterday, where were we? I know, it's like blurring together. I thought we were were we on Burnside?
Man, fuck that dude.
You can't see Richie, but I'm gonna interview him.
Nigga!
Richie is our photographer, and I was telling
Nigga!
him. Okay, where are they going?
Like, what the hell?
Y'all better say that.
Okay, I think they're just kind of doing getting a little rowdy, having a little fun. Okay, so Richie, I told you was recording.
What a prayer. Who praying?
When that car came through 4th and Burnside.
I know. The flag made a big deal. He said
protesters, and we were just feet from that. Richie, tell me what you were thinking in this moment.
Where you at?
It was
Where
so
you at?
sudden.
Where got the flag?
I mean, honestly, I just turned around because I heard.
Oh, did I run them off?
You know, the car beeping.
Oh, shit.
I thought he was just praising the
Hey,
protesters like everyone else.
one day.
But apparently,
All right. So
he
we're gonna lead in
just
prayer.
went right past
Who's
us.
gonna
I mean,
pray?
we honestly almost we could have been hit, and it's
it
was crazy. So hopefully they find that guy, because that was not that was something happened. I'm sorry.
Lord, omniscient Father, I
don't know what that big bang was, but we are hearing that some of the protesters are moving towards the waterfront. But I'm going to tell you, I don't know if that is, I don't know that, it seems like there's a group here that does not belong to the peaceful group. I'm kind of getting that vibe, and I need to confirm that, but that's the vibe I've been getting the last half hour, and it's really starting to seem like that in the last few moments, and they're shooting flashbangs. Oh gosh.
All right?
No.
Mobilize, plot, plan, mobilize, organize, strategize. Everybody has my email address. IamSacFoundation@gmail.com. You guys all have my Instagram.
Yeah, that's
official
too bad.
_Devontae Club. You all have me on
so that's
Facebook,
not the group. Those
Devontae
are
Club.
not people
Now
affiliated with this group.
We're going to bring it back.
Here, give me my
Okay, so the Portland protests might start to ramp up.
Entry, they get mad. Sorry, look. I'm retreat. Sorry, look. Don't fuck me up now, y'all. Look. This my sister in the movement, though. This is my sister. Make some noise for the sister in the movement. And look. She be out there in Washington, D.C. with the real devils. Y'all hear me? Yeah. So make some noise for our sisters in the movement with the real devils. Because they got to be out there at the nation's capital dealing with them. While we gotta sit here and deal with this shit.
Okay, so we've been talking to you guys in the last few minutes. Everything was cool, and it seems like another group of protesters have been throwing fireworks at police, and police have lost gas back. But that does not seem to be the protesters.
That takes courage, that takes
not the same.
bravery, that takes commitment, that takes conviction, that takes
Who's
determination.
throwing the fireworks?
That takes everybody.
Who's throwing the fireworks down there?
I didn't see any fireworks. Like, you talk about these national guards. It's not the national guard.
I know who's doing it.
I don't know. There's people down there shooting big ass fireworks. We have
That's not a
nothing
part of
to
it.
lose
It's
but
not
our
part of it.
chains.
We're peaceful protesters. No, they don't say.
Y'all repeat the fuck after her. Y'all ready?
Everybody has to leave now.
Because we're going to leave in solidarity. And after she say this, we repeat after her.
I'm sorry.
After we
We
repeat after her,
noticed that.
I need everybody to get to know somebody that they did not know before they got here. Y'all hear me? Get to know your neighbor, shake hands, and then get up out of here. Get to know each other, keep each other's number, contact, whatever. But get to know your motherfucking community.
There's no criminal activity.
All right, but hold on.
No criminal
Let her
activity.
finish. Y'all repeat after her.
There's no criminal activity.
Right. It seems. It seems like it's another group.
That's the cop doing that. That's not us. That's the cops.
I think it's other people not affiliated with your group throwing the fireworks.
This the other night, and I was down here. The cops are the ones lying. The cops are lying. I was down here before. They did the same thing. There's no curfew.
So the cops, you think, are
We
throwing
have
the
nothing to
firecrackers?
lose but our
Doing
chains.
this, yes. Did you see the video of police officers
We must
around the
love and
world
support one another.
setting up bricks? They're putting up bricks for people to grab. They're setting people up.
She's too emotional. Make some noise for our sister, y'all.
We're gonna go down there and see what's going on. Be safe.
It's hard, y'all hear me? It's hard. Sister,
We're good here. Okay, we're just
my
gonna.
young kids want to say something. But I want to try to know because I gotta
Security
get out
guys,
of
we're
here
good here.
before I leave.
This is really too
Y'all
bad.
got my email, right?
See, they have their
Y'all got
hands
me on
up. This
Facebook,
massive
right?
group of people right here has their hands up, walking backwards.
And you're going to be
Oh,
Secretary
wow.
of State. All right, so look.
Okay, these
you
people
guys,
are. Thank you.
everybody love
Okay,
everybody.
so those
We out
people
here
were
in
just
solidarity.
telling us
Did
that
y'all
the
hurt anybody?
Police are shooting
Did
rubber
y'all
bullets.
kill anybody?
I have not
Did y'all
confirmed
shoot
that with
anybody?
my own eyes,
Did
but
y'all
that is
choke
what we've been told by
anybody?
a couple of people. And again,
No
the majority, the very mass majority of these people have been peaceful, and we, like you just heard some of them tell us, it is a fringe group that seems to be throwing fireworks, and they're upset that they have they're upset that they have said, they're upset saying that it seems like these people are ruining the peaceful protest. Okay. Okay, if you're just joining us, then everything has been really peaceful down here at Pioneer Courthouse Square, and then some protesters or somebody started throwing fireworks at police, is what it looks like and
The
sounds
crowd
like.
is
And
Chavez
those people,
Plaza
it seems
appears
like,
to
are
be
not
dispersing.
affiliated with the peaceful protesters. And the
This
peaceful
event is
protesters
over
are
now.
moving down here, holding their hands up, telling police that it is not them. They don't want this peaceful night to be ruined.
Police patrol
And there's a
vehicles
firework or gas. That's gas.
driven by the
He threw it
area
back. He launched it back.
with loudspeakers
They're shooting
warning
gas.
anyone
No,
to pull out
no.
right now. It's a violation of the curfew.
Go to the right, go to the right.
Go to the right. We need
They
to go
are
to the right,
risking
Richie.
arrest.
Let them see us.
Okay.
Get back.
Okay, that cop
Come
is
on.
shooting. Okay, watch. Okay, yeah, they're shooting. Are they shooting rubber bullets, Scott? What are they shooting? They're.
That's why I'm here.
Okay,
Crowd
so
seems to be
officers are
leaving
shooting
the
rubber
plaza
bullets.
area right
These
now.
protesters have their hands up.
They're heading in all directions out of the plaza.
But here's the thing, like.
Several hundred were here,
Okay, sorry.
now seem to be leaving.
Okay. Are you? What? Yeah. Do you? Can I can hold my bag. I'm fine holding it. Okay, so We're at Pioneer Courthouse Square, where everything was
We're now
peaceful,
headed
massive
toward the
crowd,
intersection
everything was
of
peaceful. It seemed
10th
like
and J Street.
some fireworks were being launched over here at this intersection, while the
There is
protesters
a
at
police
Pioneer
patrol
Courthouse
vehicle
Square there
that
were
is
people
warning
speaking down there.
anyone
It
who
was a peaceful
remains
situation.
outside right
And
now
down here at
is
5th
in
and
violation of the
Yamhill,
curfew,
there was some
risking arrest.
activity. We don't know who it was from, but police are down here now. There was some firework activity. We have not figured out who it was from, but police are now shooting rubber bullets and gas at these protesters. The peaceful protesters have made their way down to this intersection to say, that's not us. We are being peaceful. We want to remain peaceful.
Today's
so we will
protests,
see
which
how
began
this plays
about
out.
5 p.m., have been peaceful.
Okay.
Protesters have marched from the Capitol.
You know, and just a
Chavez
half an hour
Plaza,
before this, we were
and then back to the
noticing
and then finish
some,
here at the
what
plaza
seemed to be
just now.
provocateurs, like some folks that
There's been no
seemed to
sign
be on the
of
periphery
disruptive
of this
behavior
peaceful crowd, some attitudes that we
of
had not seen last
property
night,
damage
and then you started hearing the
theft,
fireworks.
or
So
vandalism.
it's too bad for the people
Protests
who
have
wanted
remained
so
peaceful
badly for this to
throughout the
stay
evening.
calm and stay peaceful. Maybe it can, maybe it still can. We'll see. You know, we've been talking to the leaders of this who were just desperate for it to stay peaceful. Okay.
Have any information that it protects the person wearing it. It may, right? And in science, we always
so the tactical
reassess
team
and
is
we
There's still a
learn,
few
and
dozen
we have
people
the
who
ability
remain
to adapt and pivot
at the
and
plaza.
say, guess what? We learned
The
something
And
new.
they're,
Now we're
okay,
changing
you
it,
have
but
protesters
there's still
throwing
so
water
much
bottles
confusion.
at
There's so
them.
much
I'm
confusion.
not,
It's
yeah,
fair to
there's
say a
a
lot of
bunch of
people
water bottles
believe by
being
putting on the
thrown.
mask, they're protecting themselves.
But
And
many of
that's
them still have their
understandable,
hands
but
up. Look,
again,
the
now
majority,
15 states
Richie,
have
the
made
majority still
face
have their
coverings or
hands up.
masks
Protesters seem to be
mandatory, and we
heading
time
Okay,
to
let's
their
get across the
vehicles,
street. Let's get across the
making
street.
their
Come
way
on.
home.
All right, so you just saw a firework go off in front of a
We're now
police,
walking toward
a police car.
I
I saw a
Street.
protester throw that firework that landed in
10th.
front of that patrol unit. All
There
right.
seems to be a lot of motion here, a lot of vehicles waiting at the intersection.
So for the most part, it was peaceful, and
A lot of
then it
drivers
just
honking
seemed like
horns,
a fringe
sending
element of
just
this
on the
got
other
out of
side
control. Thank
of
you.
High Street are National Guard troops
Thank you.
who have been stationed there.
You saw that they had
Not
their
only
hands
tonight,
up. The majority,
night as well.
the vast majority had their hands up, saying we want peace. As they stood against that police line. We're here at Yamhill and 5th. We were at Pioneer Courthouse Square.
I'm not sure that's live on the bottom right.
Drivers honking their horn
They were
to show their
gathered there in the square
support
and around the square. And
for
then
the
down here
protests
at this
and
intersection,
the
there was some
protesters.
kind of activity with fireworks. And the police were here. And police started shooting off gas and rubber bullets as people continued to throw fireworks. And then the protesters that were down at Pioneer Courthouse Square made their way down here to the police line and said, this is not what we want peace. And again, we said this last night. The leaders of this peaceful protest finally were able to finally get their message across and say Friday night, Saturday, and Sunday, what happened was not of them, they said. It was an element of people who wanted chaos. A few people,
now at
a
I
relatively
10th Street,
a relatively small amount of
Sacramento.
people who wanted chaos and were able to create it Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And then on Monday, the
several
fourth
hundred
night
people
of these
who
protests,
were at the Cesar Chavez
they were
Plaza
finally able to achieve
for
that
the
night of
protest today
peace.
in response
And
to
it's been disrupted tonight.
the death of George Floyd while in police custody. Those protesters have made their way out of the plaza. There's still a large group of protesters who remain at the
No,
plaza
but thank you.
who are getting ready to leave.
They're still protesting in
A lot
Denver.
of them are joining
Big
together
one.
No, were they talking to us?
figure out a path to head home. A lot of them are joining together so they won't leave alone. protests today have remained peaceful. There has been no signs of property damage, vandalism, or theft of any kind. The protesters have confronted police at the Capitol building. There's not been much of a confrontation throughout the evening between police and those protesters. Protesters have walked along several streets in this area.
Yes, I'm here.
Without much complications.
All right, so we got Sacramento on the top left. This is close to the mayor's house and the police headquarters in LA on the bottom. That's what we're looking at right now. They're arresting a lot of people.
What'd you say? Yeah. Yeah, I'm ready.
Portland on the bottom right.
There have been several volunteers spotted throughout the
Bakersfield on the top right.
many of them wearing medical gear, carrying medical gear. They appear to be medics ready to treat anyone who suffers any type of injury, but there have been no signs of any sort of injury throughout the evening. Most of the protesters are leaving Chavez Plaza right now.
Jeff, Jennifer, we're at 5th and Yamhill. Things are getting a little bit out of control. The protesters, there are thousands of them out here. This is the biggest night we've seen so far. But there was police activity down here at 5th and Yamhill while the protesters were, the majority of the protesters were at Pioneer Courthouse Square. There was some activity down at this intersection. There was people lobbing fireworks at police, and police started shooting rubber bullets and gas back at those people. And these protesters, the majority of them, they are saying they're not a part of this.
Most of the protesters
they
who
are
are leaving
saying,
the area now
this is peaceful.
appear
And I
to
can
not
tell
want
you
to
when
risk
we were
arrest,
down
and
back at the square,
seem
while
to be
we were
heading
hearing
home.
these fireworks being lobbed and this gas being shot, people were frustrated. They were mad. They were upset. And, I mean, getting very emotional, saying this is not us. This is not us. So down at Yamhill and 5th, about 5 minutes ago, you were just seeing a standoff between police and protesters. The majority of protesters had their hands up.
Cops
saying,
appear to
"Hands
be
up,
moving
don't shoot." Portland police
9th Street
were throwing
heading
gas and were shooting
south.
rubber bullets if somebody stepped out or
Circling
like threw
Chavez
something. You know, you
Plaza.
saw people throwing water bottles, and people were
There's a long
continuing to
line
throw fireworks.
Police officers moving through
But,
the area.
you know, this was very peaceful. Just 10 minutes ago, you had a massive crowd down at Pioneer Courthouse Square. The square was filled. The square was filled. People all around the square. There were people speaking. Several people had been speaking.
Police officers are moving
going just fine.
south.
It was
9th Street.
upbeat, and then all of a sudden, what seems to be, and what I have observed tonight, a fringe group started throwing fireworks. I will tell you that before, while we were making our way back to the square, probably about, 30 minutes ago, our crew had taken a little break, and we were walking back to the square, and we noticed on the outskirts of the square some people who just did not fit in with this peaceful group.
The officers
they
are
seemed a little
right
bit
now
more
lining
militant.
up on
I can't
both
call them
sides of
Antifa.
9th
I'm not
Street.
sure. I'm not going to confirm. I'm not going to say anything like that. But they did seem more militant. They did not seem to have the attitude of this peaceful group. And then just 20 minutes after that, 20 or 30 minutes after that, that's when we started hearing the
appear to be
fireworks.
setting up.
And that's when
There's a
police got
possibility they're
involved.
going to
And,
move their
just
way
devastating to see that for the people that, Jeff, Jennifer, we've been talking
through
to
the
them since last
plaza
night, and they were able to have
area
that dialogue with police yesterday
along
afternoon, and they told us
J Street.
yesterday night that they were devastated to see what happened Friday and Saturday and Sunday, because that is, the leaders of this protest said that is not what they wanted. They wanted peace. One of the young ladies who leads this told me she cried Saturday morning We're gonna get it a little bit closer. Should we, Scott, can we get a little bit closer? We're asking our security detail if we can get a little bit closer because we know police are over here. Okay, he says we don't want to get too close, but you can kind of hear what's going on. It looks like there's a line of police ahead of us. They're on the march again. So they were down at Pioneer Courthouse Square listening to, look at this guy, look at this, Richie, right there. This guy is up here, and he's perched right here, and he's got something in his hand. I don't know if it's a water bottle or dressed in all black. It's just, I'm not sure what he's up to, but
Police officers
like
are lining up on 9th
like
Street
I said
right
a minute ago,
troops so
an
far
element of
in the
people
United
out here.
States,
It's
in
very
any
small.
50 state or even in Washington, D.C. No governor and the D.C. mayor, neither of those have actually requested Donald Trump to deploy that military. So it remains to be seen what Donald Trump is going to do, whether he's just putting them out there to show that he's intervening and that he is trying to do his part in keeping the peace, or if he is actually intent on deploying those military, those soldiers on U.S. domestic soil, even though the military's job technically is to defend the United States against foreign attacks.
Meanwhile, Ketevan, where do we stand when it comes to the demonstrations? We have seen them ongoing despite curfews in certain states, all the way from California to New York. What's the latest on that?
Well, in Washington, D.C., the scene is completely different from what we saw yesterday, which was very intense, very violent. We saw those protesters being tear gassed and really moved out of that White House area even before the curfew came into place. Tonight, it's completely different because hours after that curfew went into effect at 7 p.m. local time, there were still hundreds of people in that area. Now, there is a slight change in the situation around the White House. Yesterday, the scenes were taking place inside that Lafayette Square, which is the square right across from the White House. This time today, the law enforcement decided to put up barriers around that Lafayette Square in order to prevent protesters from getting anywhere near the White House. So the protesters were really attached and gathered behind those barriers, who are more than 2 meters tall, with the military police standing by on the other side of those barriers. And so far, those protesters were there peacefully, and law enforcement was not moving in. Of course, the night will go on, and we don't know exactly at what point law enforcement or the National Guard or the military police will actually decide that enough is enough and that those people have been violating the curfew for hours, and they'll decide to move in and probably scatter those protesters. Hopefully, the scenes will not be as violent, because we've seen in other cities in the United States people violating that curfew, and law enforcement, whether it's the police or the National Guard, really showing some restraint in certain cities to try to move out people, but do so without tear gas, without any heavy-handed tactics, and that's what protesters are hoping is going to happen again, including here in Washington, D.C.
Okay, Ketevan, for now. Thanks indeed, Ketevan. Georgia Sani there, our correspondent,
We know that
bringing
there
us
has
the
been
very
one
latest
arrest
from
made.
Washington.
Where that happened, we're still
About a week
working
after
to
George
confirm
Floyd
that.
was killed.
My producer just said at 4th and Taylor, which would make a lot of sense because all of this started happening at 4th and Taylor when police said there's criminal activity occurring on Southwest 4th and Taylor. Throughout the evening, they kept thanking everybody who was at Pioneer Courthouse Square for their assembly there, which had been peaceful for most of the night, as well as
Police officers are moving forward again.
Hall.
They're making their way
Went over
through
the Burnside Bridge several times
sure no one
tonight,
remains
and
there.
again had all congregated at Pioneer Courthouse Square. And it wasn't until
There appears to be
about
no
9:15
protesters
or
who
so
were there
when we
just
saw a
20
few
minutes
people.
ago
We could watch
who
them
remain in the
live on
plaza.
television.
The plaza
it was
is
a few
empty
people
except
who
for
started
a few
throwing things at
people who appear
officers,
to be homeless.
through the fence, Jeff, that had been put up around the core area of downtown there.
And that's when they fired the gas and the flashbangs, and then this is the result. Chaos started to erupt. And I think everyone was hoping that we'd have another peaceful protest like we did last
Damn,
night.
she thick.
But things are a lot different tonight. There's actually more people out on the street tonight than there were last night. So now we're talking about thousands of people on the streets downtown. Remember, there is no curfew in effect for Portland tonight. This is the first night in 3 nights we've not had a curfew. The mayor was impressed with the peacefulness of the protests last night. He said, I don't think we need a curfew tonight. And so this is a situation we have right now. So it just shows you how volatile this is. You have a peaceful group. It only takes a few. And the peaceful organizers told us that. They said, we're not associated with that group. These are outside people coming in and, in a way, ruining our protest. One organizer told us, polluting
There's
our
another
peaceful
line of police
protest, and that's
officers
what we see tonight.
who
And
remain
this, of
on
course, has
9th
now
Street,
been ruled in
lined up
unlawful
right.
assembly by Portland police. And again, an arrest has been made, which you wonder if they could clearly identify the few people as well as we could from up above as they tried to throw things at police through the fencing there. And you wonder, too, how much control they might be able to get of this crowd, because there are a few people who have sort of taken these leadership roles. They told us today they don't want to be called leaders, they don't want to be called activists, they are just citizens here, but they have certainly taken on this bigger role. And now we're seeing this crowd on the move, as they were for most of the afternoon.
So this is the 5th night of protest in Portland, and once again, scenes are being repeated like this all across the country, in Washington, D.C., and in other cities as well. So Portland's not alone in this tonight, but definitely a much different protest than we had last night.
And to Jeff's point, there is no curfew in effect
Morrison
tonight.
and 3rd. Morrison and 3rd.
And you can hear
It was
Jacqueline
not that
Dodd
way.
there saying that they're at Morrison and 3rd there in downtown Portland as they are on the move. And police have moved in rather quickly, too, every time something like this pops up. Last week on Friday night, what happened though is I think there were so many smaller groups that it was hard to keep up, so that violence sort of went on a lot longer.
Jacqueline, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Oh, give us an update.
Now the
I don't know
crowd
what's going on here.
at Morrison and I believe 3rd right now. We've seen people spray painting some of the TriMet security cameras. People are still chanting out here. We can hear PPB off into the distance.
My YouTube feeds are failing.
Matt, you can see that. I think Matt was just getting some video over there of people spray painting some of the security cameras right now. We've been seeing a lot more tagging within the last few minutes that we've been out here on the scene. Now we're making our way down 3rd. You can see that people are gathering in that truck right there. Not sure where we're headed right now, but
We're headed in the direction of the Justice Center on 3rd. We're still blocks away.
right, we're heading towards the Justice Center, but like we've been reporting on, PBB has, that area fenced off right now, so we'll keep monitoring this crowd as it continues to move
Got the
down
media
3rd.
right over there.
But we can continue to hear PPB on their megaphone saying that
They
it's
got,
unlawful
what is it,
assembly.
two
we can hear that
securities?
in the background.
And,
remember, just to bring our viewers up to date,
Black Zebra
Portland police
just
are now
rogue,
joined by about
no
100
securities.
state police officers. So they do have some enforcement, and then they do have about 50 National Guard troops behind the scenes.
All right,
in
looks like they're
support
moving
role.
out.
So
Gonna go
Portland
close
police
into them.
have the numbers tonight, but look at this crowd. This is much bigger than last night. We were talking about last night's crowd being large, but this is bigger than last night's crowd.
Watch out.
And about that support role, that's really what the troopers and the National Guard are playing. And the governor and the mayor reiterated that and said, you won't see them. They're not out there on the front line.
Should I
So they
follow
are
the other
certainly
one?
there as just support. They are not visible, and we can attest to that from last night.
Okay, I see our Jenny Young on her
Almost
camera
fell.
right now, standing by. Jenny, what's the latest at your location?
Okay, we're at 3rd and Taylor, where they have marched to the fence that's blocked off right here. But Jeff, whoa. Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. It's okay. That just happens out here. Hey, yeah, I'm good, thank you. Have a good, be
Be
safe.
safe.
Okay, so that was the bike that I
can't be
just
divided,
tripped over.
especially
So
when
this is the thing. This was
it's just
peaceful.
us two
It
here.
was going well. The energy was good. It was. They were speaking at Pioneer Courthouse Square. Thousands of people listening. and you had a fringe group
Looks
of
like
people.
media
We saw
is
these people, our security
staying behind.
details saw people throwing fireworks.
And
There's okay.
we are over here
Why?
monitoring
Okay, I don't. I'm sorry.
where they're heading.
All right.
The other group
So
is
they
heading
have their
down
hands
to-
off. I just want to note that they have their
I'm not
hands
sure
up.
exactly
The
where,
majority of
but
this group, thousands of
two,
people, wanted this to be peaceful.
two
Their
destinations
hearts were in the right place tonight. They wanted this to be peaceful. Our security detail did see some people throwing fireworks at Portland Police a block away from Pioneer Courthouse Square, and that is when things went awry. Police started firing back with rubber bullets and tear gas.
Silver?
And it's gotten out of control
You all right?
since, but these people are trying to remain calm. But they are on the march. They obviously left the square, but it was just supposed to be another calm night like they had last night,
Okay out here?
ending at around
That's what they
11:30,
say.
everybody going home. Last night they said anybody that is out after this protest is over is not affiliated with us. And everybody went home except for a fringe group of people. And it seems like they've infiltrated this group tonight, and that's
don't have
just too
any-
bad.
Any lighting. You can see we are doing this.
And you have to
on a
click
very
online.
light mobile
But so far, so
mobile phone.
There are police officers who are on
North and Taylor to disperse
10th Street,
now, and that's right in the area where Jenny
just
is. And at
north
first,
of I Street.
Keep reminding everybody to call their families and friends.
is saying
That's
that
Ask them if they are home safe and sound.
Courthouse.
has to disperse now, and I was
But
telling
no one
folks
remains in
tuning
the area.
that this is the same
The area
area
is
where they
clear.
also said an
Doesn't appear to be
unlawful
any
assembly
stragglers
was
left
declared
behind.
because folks there were throwing projectiles
This is Sacramento
at police.
Bee.
Remember, there is a fence
Reporting.
up around several
We're going to be
blocks
signing
in
off
the
now.
core area of downtown. So vehicles and police are not able to get into that area, part of which surrounds the Justice Center, because as we saw on Friday night, they were able to break through windows and start a small fire even within there. So at one point tonight, about 9:15 or so, they started to throw projectiles. We saw them trying to shove umbrellas through there to poke at police, and then things just quickly took a turn for the worse. And now this group is still gathering
And
in
we
this
just saw a
area.
few minutes ago they were spray painting some of the TriMet security cameras. So obviously they didn't want to be identified. We have Jacqueline Abad standing by and her crew. Jacqueline, can you hear
GJ
us?
Hawkins, thank you so much for being with us today.
Yeah, I can hear you.
What's the latest from your location?
In the last few minutes, we are now at 3rd and I believe 3rd and Taylor right now. We heard PPD over the megaphone talking to protesters, telling them not to interfere with the fence. We know that the fence is kind of surrounding the Justice Center. We also heard some of the protesters saying that they were heading down that way towards the Justice Center. And so that's kind of the general direction that some of these protesters are heading down right now. We're kind of at a standstill, but like just kind of like what you mentioned, Jeff, just a few minutes ago, we saw protesters spray painting some of the TriMet security cameras, hoping that they won't be identified. But this is such a complete 180 from what we saw earlier today. Since I started my day, we've been covering peaceful protests at Pioneer Courthouse Square. We were in Tualatin covering a peaceful protest, and things quickly.
He said there's pizza and water inside for them to
This is a
grab.
separate matter from what we were covering at Pioneer Courthouse Square, but this is totally different from what we've been covering, yesterday and today. The tone has definitely shifted and has become more hostile with this
Okay,
group
guys,
here at
we
3rd and
are
Taylor.
going
And here the group chanting now.
switch modes of transportation so
We're
we can
walking
get to the city a
closer
little bit
towards the
quicker
group now.
and see how people
in
are
that
doing.
area.
So
just
give
heading down
us
Taylor, there's
a
usually
minute.
line of police cars
Gonna
heading down
drop
that
this
area, so we're not
live,
sure where they're headed.
and
But yeah,
we will
like
be
I was
back. We'll
mentioning
be back on
before, Jeff,
Facebook.
this is completely different from what we were
We tried setting up the
covering today.
technology to be able
a lot
to
of people
stream
were
on,
chanting at
all
Pioneer Courthouse Square that
forms,
they wanted
but
a peaceful
super
protest.
fail. I don't know. It went
We
out
saw that
like
yesterday,
5 minutes into
peaceful
it.
protests going
I'll try
on
again tomorrow, but
across our
we'll be on
community.
Facebook
But now
live.
things
So
have
I will
shifted.
see you guys soon. Give us a chance
And
to
it
readjust.
turned on a dime about 25 minutes ago when all of a sudden we started hearing reports of protesters throwing water bottles and projectiles at police officers at 4th and Taylor. And then that's when this protest turned. And it just shows you how volatile situations like this are. You can have a peaceful protest. It only takes a few, and that's what it looks like we had happen tonight.
Let's get some cops up on here. You guys use guns.
Police officers and start a dialogue, and those
That is
people
not
were able
live.
to lead
3
that
hours ago.
group. Again, thousands of people, turn them around, bring them over the bridge, the Burnside Bridge, I believe it was last night again, and it was very organized. There was clearly a purpose and a theme here, and it didn't seem as organized. They don't want to be called leaders or people in charge, but yesterday they did that, and
Yeah.
tonight it just didn't feel the same way.
And it seemed like they really took charge. Even if they didn't want to take charge, they did take
exactly.
charge last night.
Now remember, it was just a week ago yesterday, or 2 days ago from Monday, when George Floyd died in Minneapolis after a former Minneapolis police officer had his knee on his neck for nearly 9 minutes. The unrest has continued in Minnesota and all across the country, although there was some hope because we have seen several peaceful, large protests happening as well. But unfortunately, they just turn on a dime, like Jeff said, by groups of people who are still being confirmed, who are still trying to be weeded out and figured out. Who are these people?
And once again, the amount of traffic, vehicle traffic in downtown on some of these streets is it doesn't help the situation any. And as people are crowded into these narrow areas like this, but this is the scene right now at the 9:50
Facts incoming.
9:50 hour right now. Jacqueline, can you still hear us?
Yes, I can still hear you guys. We're kind of at a standstill right now. We've seen some people climbing closer to the fence, heading out this way, but for the most part, people are just congregating here at 3rd and Taylor. We hear people chanting. From this standpoint, we haven't seen PPB in this area yet, but we can see people dancing in the streets and people just kind of gathering here at 3rd and Taylor. But right now, I haven't, since we showed you our first live pick, I haven't seen PPB other than driving down Taylor. But we haven't heard them over the megaphone in the last few minutes. But just a couple of minutes ago, we heard them saying it's an unlawful assembly, that they need to leave the area. But people are still gathering here.
All right,
Okay.
Jacqueline.
Yeah, thanks, Jacqueline. Let's get to our Jenny Young now, because she appears to be closer to the fence. And that is partly where some of this chaos started. Jenny?
Yeah. All right, so yeah, we just made our way through the fence. People allowed us to get up here. You see a line of officers just standing their ground here at the fence, thousands of protesters with their cameras out and their hands up. We are at 3rd and Salmon, where it's blocked off right in front of the Justice Center, or parallel to the, so all of these folks right here,
now, British
most
nationals
of them,
overseas,
Jennifer,
and
just
so
like
they
we've
have
been
these
saying,
extended visa rights
everything was
already.
going fine. The night was going as everybody had expected it to tonight, or wanted it to tonight.
Saturdays meet, they have to be an
Now you
owner
have
of a
police
racehorse,
and
but
tactical
I think
gear,
it's interesting
dozens of
given that some
officers guarding this fence so that these people don't come through. They've been shooting rubber bullets with, not here, not in this moment, but back a couple of blocks away from Pioneer Courthouse Square is where they were shooting gas.
Alright, it's
and
getting
rubber
tough to
bullets
find
because
news
we did
already,
have
and it's
people
12:52,
throwing
so it's getting
fireworks
kind
at
of
them. And from what we could see, what our security details
Kinda
could
weird.
see, it looked
The
like
chopper's
people
back.
dressed in what Antifa would wear. We're not saying that it was Antifa, but we are saying, but he said it looked to be that way. And we can tell you that there have been some with those types of attitudes
YouTube.
in the group that we saw in the last 45 minutes. Not in the group, but on the periphery of the group. We had taken a break about an hour ago, and we were walking back up to Pioneer Courthouse Square, where it was absolutely packed with thousands of people. And as we were approaching, we did notice some some characters that seem to be out of, to not be a part of this group, just acting in a manner that was aggressive. And then about half an hour after that, as we're showing you the crowds at Pioneer Courthouse Square, we started hearing fireworks a block away, and it was people throwing fireworks at Portland police. Portland police had to started gassing and throwing and shooting rubber bullets. And then the crowd from Pioneer Courthouse Square they were on the move, and they have marched here to 3rd and Salmon. They've had most of the time had their hands up, saying that this is a peaceful protest. They've been yelling, "Take off your riot gear." I don't see no riot here. Portland police have declared this now an unlawful assembly. I don't know what this officer is doing right here, but look, he has his flashlight, and he's flashing it in these people's eyes. I'm not sure the point of that tactic. They are recording him. I don't know what that's about, but yeah. So again, this night disrupted by what seems to be a very marginal group of people who wanted to cause chaos, wanted to cause frustration, who wanted to destroy the goal of what was supposed to be tonight, which was a peaceful demonstration to honor the memory of George Floyd and give these people of color, a voice. So it's too bad again, and okay, let's listen to them as they chant. Okay, so we're lined up here at Salmon and 3rd. Portland police have the intersection blocked off with a chain link fence. They've had this area blocked for a couple of days, and protesters were peaceful up until about 45 minutes ago. Things got crazy. A fringe group of people started throwing firecrackers at police, and the protesters went on the march because police started throwing gas and shooting rubber bullets. And so they went on the march, and they're here saying, this isn't us, this is not what we wanted, but Portland police have already called this an unlawful assembly.
Okay,
so we will see what happens.
Hold on just a second here, Jennifer. Jennifer Hoff's been tracking tweets from Portland police, and what's the latest, Jennifer?
They wanted to say, along what Jenny was saying, is that they want to make sure there is no confusion here, that there were those thousands of people who were protesting peacefully at Pioneer Courthouse Square, but they said there was this other group at the fence at about 4th and Taylor in the hundreds, so quite a large group there that were repeatedly warned to not tamper with the fencing or force would be used. The tweet goes on to say that group started throwing projectiles. That includes bottles.
That guy's just doing the same thing I'm doing.
And police say they repeatedly told them it was a civil disturbance and that they were told to leave or force would be used.
Portland. We have the Portland's up.
Jenny, is there any indication they're going to move away from the fence soon?
Know what this is.
Jennifer, Jeff, I can tell you that I didn't hear police asking anybody to leave. I don't know how soon. I don't know the timing of that. But the only thing that we have heard about leaving was in the last few minutes, because the majority of the group, the thousands, were at Pioneer Courthouse Square, not knowing that these projectiles were being thrown until it got so obviously loud. And then police started throwing the tear gas, and then people realized that gassing was going on, and just everybody kind of was up in a frenzy and marched down here. And I mean, people were mad. People were stopping and telling us, this is not us. Somebody else did this. Somebody not affiliated with us. They ruined this night for us. So I'm not sure if Portland police declared it an unlawful assembly while everybody was gathered down there at the square. Is that what you're saying? Is that what the message that you're talking about?
Jenny,
Longo, holy shit.
That Portland police put out. They are claiming that they gave ample
finally been said.
Before they released force on the crowd. In the hundreds, they said that was tampering with the fence.
Okay, so what I can tell you is, yeah, we didn't see that. I think them, and you know, there's so many people out here that, you know, whatever anybody's doing at the front of the line or in front of the group, you know, is not, you know, indicative of maybe the rest of the people, the rest of the group. But I can tell you, this group right here has not thrown anything from what I've been standing here for in the last 10 minutes and 5 minutes, and nobody's thrown anything. They've just had their phones out. They're recording things, and they're asking, you know, to allow them to keep protest, and you know, they're just upset, obviously angered that this night turned into what's chaos, and that they're having, you know, that this is going to have to be broken up if they cannot continue to stay out here. But we don't see that. I don't see them going home anytime soon. They want their right to protest, and they're mad that the few people that wanted to disrupt it, that wanted to throw fireworks, did that and caused this.
This continues to unfold in downtown Portland. And just to bring everyone up to date, this was a very peaceful protest. They had marched across the Burnside
So let's
Bridge.
go to the east. Unfortunately, the buildings are in the way, and we have an extremely long shot on this pursuit. There he goes at a high rate of speed on surface streets. They're talking about setting up a spike strip. Let's start flying back towards the 110, Chris. Go ahead and turn that way. And as we try to navigate this difficult pursuit to cover, watching the night sun, there it is, popping in and out of the buildings, right there at a high rate of speed.
About another minute or so, but we'll continue to follow this very, very closely.
We have our Jacqueline Bob and Jenny Young, boots on the ground
hightail
here,
it to the 110.
to follow this. And
He is really on the
you
gas
will
there,
as well. This is just a
eastbound.
large group of people that we are keeping an eye on, and certainly balancing our coverage between the peaceful protests that we've seen all day at Revolution Hall, in Tualatin,
go as fast as we can back towards the 110 freeway. This guy's
several groups here.
really jamming here.
On track of what they are all doing.
Wow.
But there's clearly some of them who are disrupting this protest.
Yeah, unfortunately, our speedometer won't work because we don't have the target. Here he comes right through this intersection. Let's see.
Police are out and about.
There's the, oh, stop. He's going to come southbound to Western. So he's going to be coming back towards us. Chris, if you reverse course, look at my door. Let's see if he goes to the east. He's coming back at us. That's a good sign. So we're going to reverse course, get back over Western, which is the next major. And coming at us at a high rate of speed, so we're going to get a better look at the driver as he comes back towards the 105. Oh, and of course he goes westbound. So we're going to track it westbound. It's back and forth, north and south on Crenshaw. Now he's east and west, back west again, I should say, behind the building. We're tracking the night sunlight. There he goes, right through that street. Blur, he's going at a high rate of speed.
Taking a break tonight as we are now entering the 5th night of protests in downtown Portland, many of which had turned very violent. But last night,
Go through the trees, between the buildings. There's the night sunlight.
between the protesters and police. But
all right, guys, this stream is going to end in 3 minutes.
Signal intersection.
Okay, which crew do we want to go to right now?
Right
Let's
through
go to
it.
Jacqueline Abad right now. Jacqueline, where's your location?
He went north. Okay,
What's
so
happening?
let's stop here. Van Ness, he's on Van Ness, northbound.
As soon as I possibly can.
And he's northbound through Hyde Park. It's reverse course a little bit, Chris, and go back the other way.
3 minutes.
Up on that fence, but now they're kind of shifting and heading
Going away from us, unfortunately. So we had an opportunity to get a closer look. The driver decided to go away from us. There he goes. He's signaling.
Neil
It
is
looks like
here. Neil is in the orange
signaling
shirt
to
right
go
there.
left.
together over there and kind of gaining up on the fence. We've heard TV over.
And Chris, are we alone here?
Don't interfere with the fence. But now he's on the move again. And we also saw a couple of minutes ago people.
3 minutes until the end of the stream. We'll restart in 3 minutes.
Obviously not wanting to be shown as they
slide right.
Chanting, I'm going to let you guys hear in it for a little
Well, we have a dilemma because we're trying to keep an eye on the pursuit, but it's in an area where we can't get into because of LAX air traffic. We can't cross over, but we can't even cross over where we normally would on the 110 freeway because they're not allowing us
We're kind of
to.
making our way
We're kind of
down
trapped here. We'd
Taylor.
have to go all the way to Alameda
It's
to
pretty
get
dark out here.
around
You can hear people
into the
beating on
airspace.
some type of drum. the streets are
Let's do it.
packed. You can see just the sheer amount of people that are out here right now for this protest.
Southbound 8th Avenue from 54th
Getting out the
Street, way
street
up
here. There's
there
some
already.
cars honking at us.
We're going to have to go. Now we're granted the transition on the
We're near
110
the
freeway, so
7-Eleven.
we're going to be pulling away from the pursuit a little bit here and trying to catch
like
it
we were talking about, Jeff and Jennifer,
we
this
can.
is completely different from what we've been covering from yesterday to today. We've been covering peaceful protests. A lot of the leaders of that protest that were at the Pioneer Courthouse Square said that they wanted a peaceful protest today, but things quickly escalated after PBB said that there were a few people who were throwing projectiles at the officers, and now it's come to this where the tone of this crowd has completely shifted from calm and peaceful to angry and hostile. And we saw when we were back at 3rd and Taylor, we saw someone throw something.
And flashbangs deployed earlier tonight against the crowd.
We saw someone throw something at an officer, and that's when we heard the first flashbang of the evening over at 3rd and Taylor. So now we're kind of making our way. The crowd
might be coming to an end in a parking lot off of Slauson.
You can hear the crowd clapping, pounding on things.
One thing that makes this unpredictable is just the mass scale of people.
Crenshaw and Slauson is where the pursuit is going to the Shell station right now. There's the airship right there. And Chris, whenever we can turn that direction,
that's Matt,
let's make it happen.
photojournalist
He's
here
out
on the
my
scene
door.
with me.
Requested 10 moving to South Clock.
UPD6 Alpha 1200.
How do you copy, Chris?
Thousands of people. We were there when the group that was over in on the Burnside Bridge met with the people over at Pioneer Courthouse Square, and up to that point,
can we make a left and go to it? Will they let us?
Hour, it's completely shifted and changed. And now people are
they should allow
shifting
us.
and we're running away from something. Not sure what it is. We're trying to stay away from
Yeah,
the
just
general
make
crowd
a.
just because there's so many people out here
Okay.
right now.
Yeah, well
Did you guys
that's.
see what happened?
We got smoke bombs coming in.
Smoke bombs coming in. Now the crowd is kind of dispersing down this area over here. You can hear flashbangs going off right now. Someone just threw something. Kind of a chaotic scene out here. Another flashbang. A very chaotic scene.
Boy, this is a
very different from
challenging
what we
pursuit
saw
for us to get
just
to
an
the.
hour ago
I don't
over
know.
at
Get us
Pioneer
out of there.
Courthouse Square.
Even though there's other news helicopters
we're now
there, they're
shifting, kinda
keeping
heading
us away
towards,
for some reason. There's the
Apple
chase.
Store
We've caught
and
up to
Louis
it, but we're
Vuitton,
still at a distance. We're having to stay and go around the
kind of getting out
area.
the street here,
Unfortunately,
so we
he
can
goes
kind of show you a better
southbound
view
here.
of the crowd.
Unfortunately
You can
for
hear
us,
flashbangs in the
he's
background
southbound
as we continue
on
to follow
Bryanhurst.
this. The crowd is now dispersing down this way towards the Apple Store.
Eastbound coming back at us.
You can just see the sheer number
They're
of
not
people
going to do
that
a
are out
pit
here from
maneuver. The
building to
car's
building.
driving too fast. They're
Flashbangs
calling for a
continue
pit
to go up. You can
spike
see
strip.
smoke off into the
There he goes
distance near
southbound.
7-Eleven. This crowd is very rowdy. The energy is just different from what we've been seeing before.
You can see the police moving in riot gear behind the crowd, following the flashbangs.
Did they kick everybody out?
The flashbangs have become more consistent in the last couple of minutes. Again, just like what Matt said, you can see the smoke. You
Back
can see
the other
the,
way. He
the
just made his
police
U-turn.
officers in riot gear
Yeah,
just
keep
outside
going
that
as fast as you
7-Eleven.
can to Crenshaw Boulevard. Here he
And
comes northbound.
you can see sparks
we're
fly
getting
right
into
there.
a little bit better
Flashbangs.
position, but we're still not allowed to get into the airspace for some reason.
It's a
there
very
is
chaotic
the
scene
turn.
out
He's
here.
going to be going
Protesters are now throwing
westbound
fireworks in the
on
directions of the
Slauson.
officers.
Going right by the Marathon Clothing Store. Right there, you just passed it. He's going
kind
to
of getting
continue
into that intersection.
westbound. There
The
he goes
crowd has
southbound.
backed up
Bryanhurst. He's
to
making a
this
loop.
area
He's
closer
done
to
this
Pioneer
twice
Place, kind of near where
now, and
Louis
he's gonna
Vuitton and the Apple
probably
Store
make
are.
another left turn.
Police
There
continue
it
to make
is.
their way. You can see that there's smoke off into the distance, but some of these people in the crowd are now moving
Crenshaw.
towards
And
police
we'll see if he
officers
goes
once
north
again.
here if he's able to.
Yeah, we just heard
All right.
multiple flashbangs.
He's going to go wrong
we saw
direction
people,
there.
Some of the protesters throwing
Oh, he's going to go into the
fireworks
Fatburger.
at the officers.
He's going to
and
be
again,
going
just kind
into
of like
that
what we were saying, PBB said it
parking
started with a
lot,
few
and let's see if he goes
people
north.
kind of
He's going to go
sparking
north
this
right
around,
by the Marathon Clothing
around
Store.
4th
He's
and
going to come
Taylor,
back
throwing
out onto
projectiles
Slauson.
at officers, and these quickly
Hard on
They're
the
gonna get
brakes.
him soon.
to this. Now you can see
Wrong
that
side of the
protesters
road.
This chase has to be almost over.
And there he goes, eastbound or eastbound. I'm sorry. Hey, Chris, let's reverse direction. Reverse direction. Oh, the other. We're gonna get skid. Here he comes northbound at us. Over some speed bumps. This is 11th Avenue.
But again, there's still so many people out here. You can see over if you
And here he
pan over this
goes
way towards Pioneer Place, you can
eastbound.
see a bigger crowd off into the distance. But now some people are starting to trickle back towards where we saw police officers.
And he's going to go
kind of administer
southbound
those
on
flashbangs.
Crenshaw once again. So here where we might see the spike strip happen
But
right
again,
here.
this
We got
again,
units
a
on the
very
side of the road. There's a
different
spike strip.
crowd from what
Oh,
we saw,
not sure if he went over it or not.
just a few hours ago at Pioneer Courthouse Square,
Chris,
where leaders of
shooting
that
at
protest
6
called
o'clock,
for
I
a
just got
peaceful
blocked.
protest tonight. We were hoping for a peaceful protest like we did that we
Again
saw
into the
yesterday.
Fatburger parking lot. He's going to
He's
go.
going into the parking lot.
180. Now
Nope, he's going to go south. And
Pin maneuver. Oh, he got him. He got him.
They're
We'll see if that's enough to end the pursuit.
Hostile.
Oh no, he's going to try and get out.
Kind of monitoring the situation. Again,
Nope,
we
he's
saw
not able to. He's
people
blocked in
tagging
there
buildings, more
against the
buildings than
fence.
we saw yesterday.
He got out.
There he goes. They had him cornered there, but he was able to maneuver his way out of there. Eastbound Crenshaw, he's going to go southbound Crenshaw. They did a successful.
This car has to be
maneuver there,
messed
but
up.
It wasn't enough. He had some maneuver room. There's someone waving him on with a cell phone, it looks like. Southbound on Crenshaw.
We want to remind our viewers, remember, Portland is not under a curfew tonight. The mayor felt that yesterday's protest was peaceful, that we did not need a curfew tonight.
No, they're not under a curfew. That's why they're still out there.
This is probably his 5th or 6th U-turn on Crenshaw.
This changed. If you're just joining us, this happened about 40 minutes ago. It was a peaceful protest at Pioneer Courthouse Square.
Oh no! Come on, I want to see this.
4th and Taylor with a group throwing.
Across that
All right.
fast. He's going to go wrong side of the road, right?
Because there have been differences.
Going back the same way he went.
What our photographer Matt Rashley
They're-
said, which
okay,
you heard him
go
say,
right.
this group is just unpredictable.
And there they go. They're going to pin him
Tonight we are
again, right
talking
there.
about just
Right.
the sheer size
And
of
he's
the
got
crowd
nowhere to
and
go.
how their
They got him
behavior
cornered
can
in
change
this
on a
time. Let's see
dime.
what happens.
They
No,
are,
he's
though,
backing
well,
up.
He's getting
having
out.
some
Backing up.
activity, don't get me wrong. What you are
His
seeing
car's messed up.
happen here is continued marching and continued demonstration.
Doors
compared
opening.
To, say, Friday night, where you saw
The driver
continued
slow to come
looting,
out.
rioting,
He's got his hands up. He is
tagging,
complying.
violence, fights breaking out in the middle of the street. I don't believe we've seen anything to that level tonight. Again, don't get me wrong. There has been criminal activity that we've witnessed
Kicking
on
on
live
his-
TV.
I don't know what he's doing there. Doing a little dance or something. Slide just right, just a hair, if you can, Chris.
Jacqueline, any change
Wow.
in your situation right there?
We're shooting this from about 2 miles away.
2 miles
Maybe a
away.
little bit
Another
more.
flashbang.
And the driver taking what looks like his
some
hat
of the
off.
protesters were
He's not
getting
exactly
closer to
complying with
police
the officers.
officers, and we heard a
Second
flashbang.
pit
Now we're
of
kind
his
of backing
pursuit
up from
does
that
the
situation
trick.
right now. People are running away now. We're just outside the Apple store. We're running away from that
Driver
area.
not
We saw some
complying.
flashbangs go off. But
He's
there's
not
smoke.
complying. That's not good.
Put up his
You can see it's a very
hoodie, it
chaotic
looks
scene as
like.
we try to run away from some of those flashbangs that we heard.
You got people on the other side. and
They're telling him to put his hand up.
on the sidewalk there, cheering the guy on. They're now the.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they're cheering him on.
Flashbangs, and protesters kept walking towards those officers with their hands up in the air. And now they're
This guy's gonna be the next one.
shifting gears, and the crowd
He was totally complying.
Right now, Jenny, from your location, what are we seeing right now, Jenny?
The driver refused. Yeah, I see.
4th and Taylor, there's a police line right here at the intersection, and there's a civilian truck. I've seen this truck out here for
He just got on the hood of the car. The driver sitting now on top of the car that he was driving. Just slide a little bit. We're blocked by a couple of trees there.
literally 60
This is
seconds.
happening on
And this
Slauson.
guy, okay, police are approaching him right now with sticks. They've got
With the cross of Bryanhurst.
This
right
camera
there.
is 2 miles away.
We got a slim window to look between these trees at the driver.
out during this these protests. But Portland police. Okay, are they pointing up here? No, I don't think they are. But we're in a parking garage because we had to.
Why don't they just move closer? What the hell? I want to see this.
Richie, our photographer, got a lot of gas in his eyes, and we just had to be up here. Okay, come down here. Let's get the shot down here. Okay,
I'm going up towards like 14 from you.
Portland police are trying to get this driver from this truck.
What do you think is the best possible? Where do you think would be like the best possible route to go?
Hey Chris,
I know there's gonna be like.
can you slide right now a little bit, dude?
He's got a dog inside that
We
truck.
got that slim window there, and of course he goes up on the sidewalk now. Disregard that move. No, well, we're losing it behind the tree altogether. The officers
Where's he
moving
going?
up in a group, and they're making the arrest. Unfortunately, we can't see. He's running.
He's running?
On the run. Look at
What
this.
the
He's
hell?
running. He has a team of officers behind him, and unfortunately goes behind that building right there at Bryanhurst. And listening to this,
They're gonna whoop his ass.
It sounds like he's still on the run there. They don't. They have him. There he goes on the other side of the street. You can barely see him right in the center of the screen. And he put his hands up. It looks like he's on his knees. He got some other people there that are coming over to where the arrest is being made.
So if you guys have a picture on the ground, I'll show you what we're seeing kind of from a more
And
aerial view.
this is a look at the scene from without our digital doubler.
What street is this right here?
You guys are my eyes and ears. I need you guys to be active.
Bringing it back in, and unfortunately it's behind that awning of the building there on the north side.
They have pellet guns, they have smoke bombs, they have stop sticks for that truck that they're trying to stop. Some of that gas is hitting me in that right now. They're walking up Yamhill. The protesters are at the end of this intersection.
And there's the suspect right there. They just walked him out briefly. I think that was him. It looked like they have him in custody.
It's amazing how fast this erupted and how
Maybe not. Maybe that was not him. Maybe that was someone on the ground. Very hard to see because we are really about 2 miles, maybe even 2.5 miles away from this.
Caused chaos tonight. This was supposed to be peaceful. Portland police said, we're going to get out of this parking garage, I think. You guys want to get out of this parking garage and get down there? Okay, we're going to... Okay, so we're going to wrap it up. I think we need to send it back to Jacqueline. I think she's got a good picture over there. Okay, send it back to you guys.
Okay, let's go to Jacqueline Abad right now. And the real danger to see that truck speeding along the streets.
Yeah, I'm good. I've been streaming, you know what I'm saying? I think I might be one of the only last streams really available in DC right now.
We're continuing to hear flashbangs. We're now here at 5th and Morrison.
Yeah.
Kind of a crowd running away. You can see smoke off into the distance. We've heard a few flashbangs since our live hit.
Where do you guys live stream from?
But
that's fire.
It's a very chaotic scene, like we've been talking about. This is
There we go. Right there on the north side of the Slauson, there is the suspect being walked by the LAPD, finally in custody after a crazy pursuit up and down Crenshaw. It started
I'm actually from Maryland.
down the 110 freeway from the 10 freeway. A high rate of speed. It made it all the way to the 105, went westbound, got off at Crenshaw, went northbound, all the way up to 54th Street, and then made several passes up and down Crenshaw, making U-turns in one particular area, and then for a while headed east and westbound in South LA. And then several laps around Slauson and Crenshaw. A pit maneuver in the Fatburger parking lot, almost had him pinned in, did have him pretty much pinned in for a little bit, but he was able to maneuver his way out of that and continue the pursuit. Then the second and last pit maneuver right here on Slauson, just west of Crenshaw. I'm sorry, just, yeah, that's right. West of Crenshaw on Slauson. ended the pursuit. The suspect going into that vehicle there where you see all the officers.
A lot of activity happening right there. There's a lot of people running.
Suspect in custody after a little bit of a standoff and a foot chase. That's the vehicle there, and it's right next to, I believe, the donut shop that's on that corner. So the suspect in custody, and we're going to move on here and go to other news. We're going to continue our streaming here, but thank you for watching. We're done, Chris.
There are a lot of officers out here.
Jacqueline,
We've heard a lot of flashbangs out here. We are
do that and take a sip of water, and we can go to a different camera view, or let Matt talk. Matt, who you're hearing,
What I am going to do though is possibly walk
is
a
a
little bit,
photographer, a
just to
veteran.
kind of see
Photo.
what's going on. I see someone with a sign. I see a few people. Okay, I see police coming from behind. There's some people in front of me. There's someone in front of me.
Have moved in. Yeah.
Damn, I missed
I've covered
that.
lots of protests.
I missed the
all the way back to
flashbangs and the.
Occupy, and a lot since, like during the presidential election and inauguration. The crowd that we're seeing today is certainly the largest I've seen in my 16 years in Portland. Portland police have moved in. You can see them there. They've cleared Pioneer Square. We've seen a lot of projectiles thrown, flashbangs, but also on the other side, we've also seen fireworks. There's a lot of people who are dealing with the fallout of the tear gas. I've seen people trying to take water, trying to clear their eyes. And I have to admit, it burns. I've been back at a distance, and I can still feel it. I can still kind of taste it in my mouth. Police seem to be holding the line here at the Pioneer Courthouse. It certainly is a show of force, keeping people from going that direction in downtown. As you can see, looking over towards Nordstrom's and Broadway, the crowd has really dispersed. They've kind of gone in all directions, at least from our perspective. Some people are still standing around. We're seeing someone with their hands up, trying to show the police that, you know, they're here to demonstrate. But again, like we were saying earlier, this crowd is huge. It's unpredictable. It's hard to know what's going to come next.
You know, Matt, it's ironic because Pioneer Courthouse Square is where police wanted the protesters to be. It was Portland's living room, and they were all gathered there in a peaceful manner just about 45 minutes ago before the violence started to erupt on 4th and Taylor and that sort of
Nothing. Well, this is all very interesting, honestly.
Strange to see Pioneer
We don't really
Courthouse
want to
now
see
deserted with police moving in.
violence.
That was kind of
I
the
mean,
official
it's
gathering place, the peaceful gathering.
violence is
And
that's,
Portland
that
police
I guess that's more interesting, but you don't want to see violence.
We were here at like 9 o'clock.
I want to see peaceful protests, honestly.
If you're out and about, you get that sense that that one large group there at Pioneer Courthouse Square has now been divided into much smaller groups. Not as small as we saw on, say, Friday night, but that there are now multiple groups out and about that they are trying to corral. Matt?
Matt, any idea where the largest group is or where they're headed, or has everyone just sort of dispersed off in different directions?
Yeah, from our perspective, it's just so hard to tell. We saw a lot of people head north towards Burnside, a direction where many of the demonstrators came from initially. But, you know, the dispersants that officers use, the point of it is to split up crowds, and they've certainly done that. We saw people kind of scatter in all directions. So we just can't really tell from our perspective as far as where the mass of the people went. I mean, there's certainly lots and lots of people downtown.
Well, I think we found a mass of people. Jenny Young is standing by right now. Jenny, can you hear us?
Where are police?
Jenny, can you hear us?
Hi, Jeff. Yeah, Jeff, we're here.
We're
at Force and
about the
Alder.
crowd at your location there.
Okay. So we have a massive crowd around here.
We have this
intersection.
one.
Portland police are not at this intersection yet, but this crowd is
We have this live stream up. I'm not seeing the rest of these. I don't know where he's getting these.
These cars, all the cars that you see rounding the corner here, they have been part of this protest. They've been part of a caravan that has been supporting these protesters. Everybody pretty much over here has red, itchy eyes, faces burning still a little bit from all of the gas that police lobbed on 4th Street over at Taylor. We just saw them throwing, at least 6 to 10 cans within just a few seconds to get people out of, again, pushing them block by block like they have been doing when things get rowdy. So they've been declared this an unlawful assembly, unfortunately, for these peaceful protesters. So now they're going to have to, I guess, stand their ground against police and vice versa, because police don't want them out here.
I lost that multi-stream. What was the name of that multi-stream again?
Car right here just asked if people needed water. This is what the people in the cars have been doing. They've been assisting the protesters with water, with snacks, with first aid. And right now,
Maniacs.
standing
Never
on
mind.
the corners, and they're coming around saying, "Hey, do you need water? Do you need anything?" Jeff, Jennifer, I don't know where
Federal building
police
behind
are.
But yesterday they were at the federal
A
building.
few minutes since you were talking to Matt, and then now we haven't heard any flashbangs or any gas that's been thrown. Do you want to recap why this started, where this started? We were peaceful at Pioneer Courthouse Square, and then
I think
about
this one
45
ended.
minutes ago,
This one
Portland police
ended.
said about 100 or so protesters, not at Pioneer Courthouse Square, at 3rd and Taylor. These rogue protesters were throwing fireworks at Portland Police. So Portland Police declared it an unlawful assembly for everybody, for the thousands of people out here who were trying to be peaceful, who were trying to have a moment of peaceful solidarity throughout the night.
What's going on with the scanners?
And that is what set this off about 45 minutes to an hour ago, and it's just been chaos ever since. Portland Police throwing gas, shooting rubber bullets, these protesters running to get out of the way from gas, running from intersection to intersection. Now we are at 4th and Alder, where a group has set up a makeshift roadblock right here with outdoor furniture and some orange cones. But the groups are starting to splinter. That's been the MO for Portland Police, as they throw those gas canisters. The groups start to splinter off into smaller groups. So we had thousands of people, and now it's down to probably hundreds at these intersections. The one we're at is 4th and Alder. So we'll see what happens. But you see this young man right here directing traffic. Most of this traffic is from the caravan that's been following the protesters.
I just subscribed to the Undead Killer. Undead Killer's
They've been providing aid. They've been providing
in Seattle.
Water, snacks, first aid for protesters on foot.
To the police station? Yeah, the precinct is right down the street.
Gentleman seems to be angry about something, so they've asked him to step back in his car. But
here's the thing, Zerkala, is if they let the police try to get in, the police are going to go after everyone. We've seen this before.
Especially when you're just out here trying to be peaceful and exercise your right to protest. That gas definitely hits you and it hurts your face. It burns your eyes. You can't breathe. Our photographer Richie took in a bunch of it just a few minutes ago and had to take a moment to put some baby shampoo in his eyes that extracts that burn. But again, the cars that you're seeing around this corner downtown, mostly those cars that have been providing aid for the protesters. This is just a group that has splintered off.
You were just
that
there
police,
with us about half
after
an hour
police
ago.
had
Thank you guys for coming out.
through tear gas, that's breaking their groups up and they're going to different intersections. Something I'm trying to find out, and I've been asking people. I am reporting the truth, man. Thank you. Thank you for keeping us in check. We're out here doing that. Thank you. We know that they are frustrated with corporate media. They're frustrated with police, and that I want to tell you something. Friday night and Sunday night, they were hostile towards the media. Monday night, when we allowed them to get their message of peace across. We brought that to you live on the Burnside Bridge. That young lady who was the leader, one of the leaders of this massive protest, peaceful protest, was able to say on live television that this was peaceful and that the message that they wanted to convey is one of solidarity and peace, and that they just want to exercise their right to protest. And she said that anybody that is out past 11 or whatever time they ended at 13th and Stark last night was not.
Usually when you hear solidarity, like Antifa always used to talk about standing in solidarity, so whenever they say solidarity, I'm like, okay.
I mean, much more friendly, allowing us to, Should maybe next time. We'll catch somebody in a second. We want to interview somebody, but we'll catch somebody here in a second. But yeah, like you just heard that person saying, report the truth, report the truth. I mean, that is what we were getting Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday night. People saying, you know, fake news and just harassing the media. And, you know, that's obviously not what we want to do. We just want to be observers and tell what we're seeing and help people get their message across.
Con went home a little while ago, so I'm kind of on a dolo right now.
Portland police. Excuse me? Oh, okay. I'm going to send it back to you guys. We're going to talk to some people down here, talk about what they've seen, and we'll come back. We'll talk to you here in a bit.
All right, that's our Jenny Young right there. At 4th and Alder, you see that's where a big crowd is gathered. They set up a makeshift roadblock.
There's still a lot of protests going on. There's no curfew set in Portland, so they can't just start locking people up
Well, we've seen people
just for being there.
running all in different
Because
directions.
they are being pretty civil.
Pioneer Courthouse Square. One thing I wanted to point out.
There was reports of flashbangs being thrown and fireworks being thrown from the crowd,
We haven't
but
seen any destruction just yet. We've seen people obviously tagging.
been pretty isolated.
Spray painting the security cameras for TriMet, but we haven't seen any looting of any sort yet. So just to make that clarification there. Now we are at Broadway, and I believe Morrison, where a small group has gathered out in this intersection. You know, earlier today there were so many.
It's basically
here.
pretty
And
civil, so
and
no rioting, no looting going on, so that's a good thing.
Flashbangs. The crowd really dispersed, and we're kind of hearing that there's like groups of people kind of all over the place, all over downtown right now.
Hold on, this car's making a turn. Cops go down that way.
It's also a difficult, if you have plans coming to downtown, don't come to downtown because it's going to be very difficult for you to get by. It's a very chaotic scene out here, as you can see, for some drivers trying to get around everything. But
F4G, then break east.
like I said, we are here at Morrison and Broadway. Things quickly change. We just spoke with a protester about a minute ago, and he was saying that, you know, in the Pioneer Courthouse Square, people were really sharing their stories of racial injustice. It was kind of an open forum where people could talk and share their experiences, and it was really a beautiful scene to see people come
Apparently that dude has to pee.
sharing their experiences and okay. Jennifer, we're gonna have to throw it back to you in the studio.
All right, we'll want to make sure that our crews are safe right there, but that's the situation. And once again, there is no curfew for Portland tonight. We've had that the last 3 nights, and tonight the mayor felt it wasn't necessary because we had such a peaceful protest last night. And you saw how quickly that changed when some people, a splinter group, was over at 4th and Taylor, started throwing things at officers, including fireworks, and then officers...
Not sure what's happening right here. Looks like these people are all getting arrested, and they might have been a part of the people that were on the roof.
24 people here.
It seemed like last night
Santa Monica Boulevard
a lot more organized. Yeah.
Yeah, and I want to make it clear that this unlawful assembly
Monica.
thing started to go awry at about 9:15 was strictly for that group at
And nothing to see here.
4th and Taylor.
Not for the Pioneer Courthouse.
Right, there was hundreds, if not thousands, of people at Pioneer Courthouse Square. That unlawful assembly was just for the hundreds or so people who were there up against the fence. They were being asked to disperse at that time, and Portland police were making that clear, that we see both of you, and then things have just now escalated throughout the night.
Okay, I see our Jenny Young right now, ready to go. Jenny, can you hear me? And what's your situation? Where are you at?
We're going north on 4th. We just passed Washington. We're going down to the group. It looks like there's a much larger group down here. We were with you a minute ago on 4th and Alder, and where there was just a kind of splintered group there that was directing traffic, asking the caravan of people aiding the protesters, just directing them. But here, it looks like most people are heading this way. We're not sure their destination. I've been trying to talk to people to figure out what's going on, what's the destination, but it's all out chaos. But this was organized. This was an organized event. They had it really well organized this afternoon at 13th and Stark.
Okay.
They even had rules. The first rule, they said this at 13th and Stark this afternoon before they set out on the march. Said no violence.
Okay, will do.
They told the whole group, massive group, thousands of people, no violence. That's the first rule. Second rule is communication. Stay with the group and listen when when leaders are trying to communicate. And you know, that went awry because of a few bad apples, or 100 or so bad apples, according to Portland police, what they put on Twitter. Those bad apples throwing fireworks at them. Okay, so
a few hundred bad
this
apples.
line is getting bigger as they go farther north. We're about to go through Oak here. Not sure where, you know, everybody's splintered up again tonight. That's how this ends up. Police just splinter these groups up until they get smaller and smaller.
Santa Monica and Western, looks like a couple more there.
Actually, they're back south, several blocks. I did see them way farther south on 4th, but I haven't heard them. I haven't heard them throwing any stun grenades or tear gas. But what police do in this situation, they just circle the blocks. And because this is unlawful, if they ask them to leave and they don't, I'll start throwing gas. But like Jeff keeps, like you've said several times, Jeff, that there's not a curfew tonight, but they have declared this protest unlawful. So,
Western, Santa Monica.
We'll see how this plays out.
Yeah, I went south.
As we get farther down, I definitely, okay, they've turned around. Okay, they've turned around, they're going back south. Let's see if we can talk to some of these people about what the plan is, what they're thinking.
Well, Jenny tries to secure an interview there with somebody. Let's just be clear that there is criminal activity happening in some of these areas, and this is an unlawful assembly now, so police are trying to clear people out. Jacqueline Abad is live here on the scene, and
Alright, so unlawful assembly means they can kick everybody out.
Is that them there at 1 o'clock? Let's go there.
Jeff, Jennifer, it is fairly quiet. We are here at Yamhill and Broadway, just outside Pioneer Courthouse Square. You can see that makeshift barricade that Jenny was talking about a couple of minutes ago. But since we've kind of moved across the block because people were harassing us.
Oh, look at that. He threw stuff in the garbage can after somebody emptied the whole garbage can.
Entering the Pioneer Courthouse Square now. That's kind of where they are gathering right now. As you can see, some people are trickling into that area. People were, there were some people out there earlier, but you know, ever since PBB used flashbangs, the crowd dispersed, and now we're starting to see people trickle back into the Pioneer Courthouse Square in that area. Right now, it seems fairly calm right now, just kind of where we are standing. We don't really
I think she needs more holes in her pants.
Of the crowd from here. But we can see people on both sides of the streets, and the crowd again is very dispersed. Since from what we saw earlier today, where there were a ton of people at 3rd and Taylor, the crowd has very much dispersed in this area.
Okay, so it looks like some of the crowd is regathering at Pioneer Courthouse Square, not in the numbers that we saw about an hour and a half ago. But also there's another group on the move that may be going back over the Burnside Bridge, back to 13th and Stark, the area where they first started.
Here's the bridge, Jeff. So they've crossed the Burnside multiple times today, throughout the day, as they held these peaceful protests to get their message out. They were at Revolution Hall for a bit this afternoon. Then they gathered at Pioneer Courthouse Square, and
let's make something clear. You see this group, the thousands of people going over. These are the peaceful protesters. These are the ones that started the day like this, like they did yesterday. And I can't say this enough. It was only a few that started the trouble at 4th and Taylor that led to the chaos we saw tonight. And you hear that over and over again, not only from law enforcement, but from the organizers of these protests that say we don't want people like that polluting our peaceful protests. But we had that happen tonight.
Also, to be clear, there is a difference. Just because they've remained peaceful, we don't want to detract from their feelings. They are angry, and they have every right to be, given some of their life experiences. They are demanding change. They want justice for, again, their own personal experiences, for George Floyd, for Philando Castile, for the woman who was killed in Louisville.
National
There
Guard
are
troops in the
multiple
intersection.
examples that this group is fighting
Santa Monica
for
Boulevard
and
and
saying
La
their
Brea.
names tonight. So this continues for the 5th night here in Portland, Oregon, and all across the country. And they have had some conversations with Portland police. We saw that last night at their protest. We know that they met some of the leaders of these groups, or just citizens, as they would like to be called. Have met with
Yeah, LA is pretty much. This is LA right here.
by no means
There's
change things.
there's not many cameras out there. That news crew walking around is doing us,
We can see them
you know, a good service by being there in Portland, but there's not much going on. It's basically pretty peaceful tonight, which is a good thing. So I feel like there's more coverage whenever it gets
You can keep the left turns.
unruly.
Jenny, I think we lost your audio for a minute. We'll let you reconnect your microphone there. Okay. Can you hear us now, Jenny?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you. Go
I can
ahead.
hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Fox News is actually doing a real good
Okay, so we
job
are
of covering
going
this
back.
stuff, but
We're going to Burnside Bridge.
it's all one-sided whenever you watch the
So a
major
big
news
group of
channels.
protesters are going to
Fox
Pioneer
News blames the
Courthouse
cops.
Square.
CNN
We're
blames.
told that the bridge, the
Oh, wait,
Burnside
excuse me.
Bridge
Fox News
is
blames
closed,
protesters
it's
for
occupied
stuff.
right now with protesters. Is that where you guys
CNN
are
blames
going?
the cops.
What did you hear about down
So
there?
I'd rather see stuff that's on the ground, you know. But the camera angles from the major news channels is unparalleled. You can't beat a lot of the footage that's on Fox News right now.
What do you think about how this turned out?
I think it was a damn shame because of how peaceful it was, and there was no curfew tonight, and I have video of them just throwing tear gas when nothing was provoked.
Well, there were fireworks. I mean, there was a fringe group of people throwing fireworks a couple of blocks away from the courthouse. While everybody was like listening to speakers and gathered in the courthouse, Portland police said a couple of hundred people were throwing fireworks at them, and they started throwing gas.
I was right at the front of a couple of them, and nothing was happening at the front of those lines. Maybe something happened in another corner, but not where I was.
Were you here last night?
I wasn't here last night.
Why did you come out tonight?
There was no curfew, and I felt like I needed to do my part and stop white silence and go out and stand for people.
White silence.
Up until these moments.
I got gas, so it was painful.
No, I know it is painful. What was it like up until the chaotic moments?
A lot of hoorah, a lot of cheer, and a lot of togetherness. Yeah.
All right, so you're headed
Yeah, a
home.
whole lot of fuck you
but
cops
across the bridge,
stuff.
And yeah, okay, cool. That's where we're going. We've heard that it's filled with protesters. So, you know, they crossed the Burnside Bridge earlier. They occupied it for several minutes. They were lying on the ground, face down, hands behind their back for 9 minutes. It was silent. Hundreds of people, thousands of people on the bridge doing that in honor of George Floyd in the 9 minutes.
This guy right here, he's like the only one in Washington, and he's videotaping himself rubbing his
We did
chin.
that last night. So they went to the Pine. Are you there, Jeff?
Yeah, Jenny,
Talking
we'll
to me?
let you go over the bridge. You know, they've almost crossed over the bridge, that large group. We'll let you and your photographer make your way there, but Jennifer has something she wants to share with us right now. And this is from where, Jennifer?
We've been following, you're looking
Cops
at
are
the
out
bridge
there
right
fucking
now,
up the
actually,
Me
so
Too.
that one
Yo,
group
cops don't fucking care who you are out here, bro. If you're out here and you're against them, they don't
We've been
fucking care.
following tweets by Portland police closely as well, and the police chief actually tweeted out a video, and if we have that, I want to listen to that here for a minute, so listen in.
I'm Chief Jeremy Resch, and I want to provide you with a situation update.
Well, I
want to
muted
thank
this
the
guy.
peaceful protesters who have gathered at Pioneer Courthouse Square. Your presence has been felt, and words are being heard. Several thousand demonstrators have remained peaceful and remained in Pioneer Courthouse Square. A group of several hundred individuals split off from the main demonstration and approached the perimeter around the fencing of the Justice Center. Attempts were made to tear down and breach the fencing. Projectiles, including bottles, bats, and mortars, have been thrown at the police. Warnings were given that force would be used if the actions continued. These actions continued, and riot control agents were deployed. I want to reiterate that if demonstrators are peaceful and not engaged in criminal acts, they need to be mindful of the lawful orders being given and disperse when directed. We do not want peaceful protesters to be subject to riot control agents and the actions of some in the crowd that are creating a public safety.
I'm going to wait for Elaine to get going.
Others, and the critical infrastructures that preserve life safety.
The sacred pen.
So
The
that was
sacred
released
pen.
by the chief.
And if you're joining and you're enjoying us tonight, please do throw a few bucks at the Black Resilience Fund. They could really use and would appreciate your money.
Updated through video Twitter. Jacqueline, about you heard the chief mention there, Pioneer Courthouse Square. It was empty a little bit ago as folks cleared out, but folks are gathering back there again now, Jacqueline?
Right, Jeff, Jennifer, there is a growing number of people who are now, we've seen protesters coming up Yamhill, and you can see the growing number of protesters out here. We've seen people on a megaphone, you can see over there, they're talking about just the injustice that they face.
Where's it at?
And they're sharing their experiences, and this is kind of a glimpse of what we saw earlier today. You know, we saw thousands of people filled the Pioneer Courthouse Square, sharing their stories of racial injustice, we've heard stories from the black community today, calling for change. And just to kind of reiterate,
yeah, let's follow that. Let's get right over the boulevard.
Wanted a
It's going
peaceful
to curve to the right
today,
here in a second.
And obviously things
these guys
quickly escalated. Now, here at Pioneer Courthouse Square, we're seeing a growing number of protesters. It seems that it is calming down here in the square. You know, you can hear people cheering. You can see people gathering. It's not as chaotic as it was just a few minutes ago when we had some encounters with Portland police. But
we saw these guys moving through Hollywood. They're northbound to Cahuenga.
Let's see what Yahoo's saying.
Kind of seeing where they're going.
They came from.
I actually think this is MSN.
Portland police, when protesters were getting too close to the fence, or if they were when they were throwing things at police, there were flashbangs that went off. The crowd of thousands quickly dispersed. And now this is kind of what Pioneer Courthouse Square looks like. Everyone dispersed, and now people are kind of congregating back to the scene. So we'll continue to
this
update
is
it,
Hollywood.
but
This
it
is
nice to
Cahuenga,
see
north
the
of
fact that
Hollywood.
It is slightly calmer here at Pioneer Courthouse Square, just from the
Yes.
sheer chaos that we saw a couple of minutes ago with the flashbangs.
Okay,
We saw
we're
tear
not too
gas.
far from there. We're just watching to see where these guys are going because it's
And if you look over here, you can hear people on the megaphone giving away supplies
caravan of
to people,
officers
water,
going
food,
up Cahuenga.
snacks, to people.
Appeals court making Hillary Clinton testify on emails.
Show you kind of what's going on here.
Never happened.
Continue to congregate here at the Pioneer Courthouse Square.
Well,
Jeff, Jennifer.
Well, Jacqueline, hopefully, maybe, and Jennifer, this night
sure.
can end
We're done here,
peaceful
Chris.
like
Let's go
it
back.
first started at Pioneer Courthouse Square. And maybe it can end peacefully again, which would be nice. Interrupted by, as you heard, a group of about 100 of Portland police say that really started throwing things and sort of instigated all the chaos. So hopefully we can have a peaceful ending to this protest night back at Pioneer Courthouse Square.
And you can maybe see that in two different areas. You're seeing that group that was able to come back together and cross over the bridge
You got it,
peacefully as well, and
3
sort
o'clock.
of get to that 13th and Stark area where they like to start and stop some of these things. And so if now you also have the group coming back to Pioneer Courthouse Square, I can't imagine what it must be like
coming up
to
on my
try
map
to
as West
wrangle
Hollywood.
this group together, whether
It
you're
is
the
sheriffs
leader of the group or
and the
even
National
police,
Guard.
as you try to sort of control this situation. We're talking thousands of people here, but if folks can get out of the fray and the crowds and come back to the areas here where they can continue to push their message and the feeling so that people can listen to them, that's really important.
And remember, Pioneer Courthouse Square, one of its main purposes when it was first designed years ago was to be a place for public discourse, where people could gather for events and for protests, for peaceful protesting. And that's what it's designed to be. And hopefully we can end this night back on a peaceful note, but the night is still young. Once again, there was no curfew in effect today for the city of Portland. The mayor said he didn't feel it was necessary. And I'm not sure that's the other part is, remember, the core part of downtown is fenced off around the courthouse. The other part is, remember, the core part of downtown is fenced off. You know, around the courthouse, those core square blocks are fenced off. So that's another thing to remember. Whenever there has been trouble, it's been going up to those fences. That's where we've seen the trouble start to begin, when there's a confrontation with police on the other side of the fence. And that's what we saw tonight.
I haven't seen fences put up around that area before. We've covered several protests over the last.
You're okay here, Chris. Let me see what. Yeah, you're okay. Thank you for trying. We have 15 minutes before the show starts.
Jeff, I think it's symbolic almost that they didn't.
I lost one of the live feeds, so I had to close Microsoft Edge for a second and open it again.
Trust maybe between groups and people as they continue to hopefully move forward. On how change can happen so that everybody where we live and all across the country feel equal. Yes,
yeah, Jacqueline, go ahead.
So the crowd is here at Pioneer Courthouse Square is growing. We're seeing, you can see off into the distance, more protesters, hundreds of protesters heading to the square area. Just a few minutes ago, we saw some PPB officers heading into the Pioneer Courthouse there, and there's a line of protesters outside the courthouse. You can see them off into the distance, and we saw a line of police officers entering the courthouse, and now there's people just standing out there. We also heard people on the megaphone telling people to stay together. Some people have said, "Don't get killed, stay together." So that's some of the things that we're hearing out here. And as we continue to be out here, the crowd continues to congregate here at the Pioneer Courthouse Square. And like we were mentioning before, you know, earlier today, this was a place of peace. People came out here to share their stories, to get their voices heard. You know, we heard from members of the Black community who shared their experiences. This was a peaceful protest that quickly changed because a few people decided to, according to Portland police, throw projectiles at them at 4th and Taylor, and that's when things quickly escalated. Now we're seeing people come back to this area where, you know, some of these protesters were once before. So we'll continue to monitor this, but again, the crowd is growing here at Pioneer Courthouse Square again. This crowd was dispersed after there were, you know, flashbangs in the area, and people kind of ran off into various directions, but now people are congregating back here, and things are calming down. When we did see police going into the Pioneer Courthouse, the tone kind of changed. People were a little bit more tense when they saw officers, but now that they're inside and as people continue to congregate, things are kind of calming down. There's cheering going on. We've heard people chanting Black Lives Matter. And so
this lady's gonna lose her voice.
It's starting to look like what we saw earlier today when the group from the protesters over on the Burnside Bridge met the protesters here at Pioneer Courthouse Square. This is what it looked like a couple hours ago before things quickly changed. But right now it seems peaceful here at the Pioneer Courthouse Square. But like we saw, things quickly change around 9:15 today. So,
Jacqueline, one thing that I can see through my camera is I can see that officers are inside the Pioneer Courthouse taking a look at the crowd, and the crowd has definitely taken notice. They're strobing lights at them, they're holding signs up to them. They're definitely getting the attention of the crowd.
Right, and when earlier, when there was a peaceful protest, we saw officers going in there, and then when things escalated, we saw more officers go in there as well. And when those protesters saw the officers going in, they kind of formed a line outside of the courthouse. And like Matt said, they're holding up signs to the police officers. The dialogue between police officers and protesters has changed. We saw people on megaphones yelling at them. A very different scene from what we saw yesterday when, we saw, what is going on? Okay, we can see Portland police back here near the scene, near Pioneer Courthouse Square. You can see we saw 3 squad cars just driving by. And you can hear people chanting, "Our street." Things are kind of revving up a little bit, tone.
See just north of the freeway at about 1 o'clock fire department. We don't want to go there.
As we're out here, the crowd continues to grow. I would say there's a couple hundred people out here, maybe 1,000 people out here.
And we do want to say a vast majority of folks already made their way over to the east side on the Burnside Bridge. We heard from a few folks saying, hey, I'm going home. I'm disappointed that there was some violence tonight, some chaos. A lot of those folks got tear gassed and they got caught up in it, and they said, just going home, they were a little bit disappointed, but they were making their way. They're already across the Burnside Bridge. That was the vast majority of the people. We saw a few thousand on the Burnside Bridge. But at this hour, we have folks gathering back at Pioneer Courthouse Square, where the protests had started originally earlier this evening after they made their way across the Burnside Bridge into downtown. So as I keep mentioning, if this can end peacefully, Jennifer, tonight, back at Pioneer Courthouse Square, then maybe this protest is a success for the folks who want change. And
Fuji, you missed a police chase. That was about it.
Gain control of that and continue to community police themselves. And sort of separate themselves.
Just typical stuff. No looting today that I saw. Probably in New York there was looting, but
they can continue to express themselves.
There's nothing that I've seen so far. They're basically being as peaceful as a protest can be, I guess.
Unfortunately, it is news when those fringe groups come in and start to create problems. We have to cover that part of it as well. But this is why we are continuing to cover this and dedicated so much of our coverage last night to the peaceful protest.
Undead Killer. What the hell is he doing? Changing things in OBS.
That most of the day was exactly like this, and the fact that an hour or so.
There's my OBS.
They've been able to come back and continue the very purpose that they have had, really, for several days now.
And Portland is not alone. This scene playing out in many major cities all across the U.S. In New York, they had looting tonight for another night in a row. Other cities, though, reported peaceful protests with some outbreaks like we saw here in Portland that were quickly under control. For the most part, protests across the country were peaceful once again tonight, including in Washington, D.C. There are flare-ups in these protests, but for the most part, they're remaining peaceful. So for about 45 minutes, we had chaos in downtown, but it appears that most of that is under control right now. Hopefully, you never know, but this is what we continue to monitor right now.
Portland police have not tweeted or released any new information in the last 30 minutes now. At one point, we were witnessing criminal activity on live television, and that's what they were talking about in their tweets and their news releases, calling the other groups that we were seeing outside of Pioneer Courthouse Square and declaring them an unlawful assembly. But I think that also speaks to the fact of what's happening right now, the fact that you haven't had to hear from Portland police, and we also haven't seen them, at least in this one location.
Yeah, so we're just a few minutes away from the 11 o'clock hour. We'll continue to recap events, but we continue to follow the events here on KOIN 6 News. Fifth night of protests here in Portland and across the country, and this was probably, as far as people, the largest group that we've had in the last 5 nights. It's growing night by night.
Night by night, indeed. Thousands of people are protesting, and we have veteran photographers and reporters who have covered so many of these, who have said that this is the largest group that they've ever seen. And where there are people, there's power, and those images have been very powerful, and they certainly have a right to be out here protesting and certainly have a message that a lot of us, that most of us, frankly, need to sit back and listen to.
Walk around. So far, I was following the fast food around. I walked away and yeah, so from what I'm hearing and what I'm observing, they stopped the protest.
Well, that's no good. Protester loses eye after being struck in the face by tear gas. That sucks.
So in just a few minutes, if you're watching on Portland CW, you're going to go back to your regular programming. We continue to broadcast here on Coin 6. So we just want our viewers on the CW to know you can switch over to Coin 6 to continue to watch our coverage of the protests in downtown Portland tonight. Once again, this was a night where the city of Portland did not have a curfew in effect. I'm not sure that really would have mattered because we've had curfews in the other nights and it didn't seem to matter at all. So I don't think anyone should make a big deal out of that. But Jennifer, you mentioned something very important. The mayor didn't put it in because he said it was an issue of trust. And he was hoping it would be as peaceful as last night. That didn't happen tonight, but hopefully it'll end that way. For CW, Portland CW viewers, take care. Join us over on Channel 6 for Point 6 News at 11. Once again, you're watching Point 6 News here, live coverage of the protests in downtown Portland tonight. Jennifer, what strikes you about this the protest tonight is the fact that we have many more people than we had last night. And there's our Jacqueline Abad right there. And Jacqueline, let's go to you right now. What are you noticing? Is the crowd continuing to grow?
Yeah, Jeff, Jennifer, the crowd does continue to grow. We're hearing more cars honking in this area. You can see this is a live look at Pioneer Courthouse Square. About an hour ago, this place was empty for the most part because people had dispersed. We saw PBB using flashbangs, tear gas. So the crowd quickly dispersed, but within the last maybe 30 minutes or so, people are again congregating back here at Pioneer Courthouse Square. You can hear the group chanting as well. But to be honest with you, things do get tense. It's calm right now for the most part compared to what we saw about an hour ago at 3rd and Taylor, 4th and Taylor. But whenever we see Portland police, drive by, things within the crowd get a little bit more tense. Again, we saw some officers going into the Pioneer Courthouse just across the street there, and a group of protesters are lined up out front of that courthouse. But as you can see, people continue to fill the Pioneer Courthouse Square. This is what we saw earlier today. We were covering a very peaceful protest where people had a chance to talk and share dialogue about their experiences. They shared stories of racial injustice that they've experienced. We heard stories, we heard people's pain, we heard people hoping for peace. And a lot of the people that were out here at Pioneer Courthouse Square earlier today, basically they were chanting peaceful protest. Those were the same people that were out here listening to each other's stories. But around 9 o'clock, things quickly changed when PBB said that a few people, separate from the group that was originally here, was throwing projectiles at officers, and things quickly changed. The tone of that crowd changed. People dispersed, and now we're seeing protesters slowly gather here back at Pioneer Courthouse Square, but we'll continue to monitor the situation throughout the newscast. Jeff, Jennifer, back to you in the studio.
We are coming up on the 11 o'clock hour here on Coin 6. So at the top of the 11, let's begin Coin 6 News at 11.
This is a Coin 6 News breaking news alert.
Check for more live streams.
And our breaking news here in Portland. Protests in Portland that started out peaceful tonight quickly turned violent around 9:30 when protesters started throwing objects, including fireworks, at police. They fired back with tear gas and flashbang grenades.
Really, all day protests have remained peaceful, and it wasn't until about 9:15 where there was a small group of people considering, although it was in the hundreds, but we're talking thousands of people who were at Revolution.
I would
Hall
like to
today.
watch
They
Tucker,
walked
but
across
I
the
realize not
bridge
everybody likes
multiple
Tucker
times.
Carlson.
And we're also at Pioneer Courthouse Square throughout much of the evening until things really escalated at about 9:15.
Let's get back to Pioneer Courthouse Square, which cleared out during that chaos, but now folks are gathering there, and that's where Jacqueline Abad is standing by live tonight. And Jacqueline, the crowd about a half hour ago, Pioneer Square was empty because of all the chaos, and now folks are coming back. Tell us about that.
Yeah, Jeff, Jennifer, you know, there were officers used flashbangs near 3rd and Taylor because the crowd was getting too close to the fence. From what we saw some of the protesters throwing fireworks at officers, and there was, you know, the dialogue between Portland police and the protesters there quickly changed, and I'll give you a look here at the scene here at Pioneer Courthouse where you can see now they're back on the move. Things were peaceful just a few minutes ago. People were congregating here at Pioneer Courthouse Square, but we can see that people are back on the move. As we can see,
Sorry about that.
they are on 6th, heading down that area. They're there. You know, Jeff, Jennifer, just to give you some perspective, you know, earlier today there was a large gathering here, a very peaceful gathering here, where people were sharing their stories of racial injustice. We heard from the black community about the experiences that they faced. You know, people were really listening, and people were chanting peaceful protests. But ever since that incident at 9:15 at 3rd and Taylor, things quickly escalated, and now there's been a shift, a total 180. There's been a complete 180 in just how the feeling of this crowd has been. You know, this crowd is, you know, slightly more agitated now. You know, when police are driving by, the crowd gets a little bit, you know, they just get a little bit more tense, and we can see that protesters are back on the move after they've congregated here at Pioneer Courthouse Square. So at this time, we're not sure where they're going. We heard, what was that?
Oh, I think that was a motorcycle backfiring, but I did hear people shouting Justice Center. I don't know if that's where they're headed. It appears that they're heading sort of in that general direction, but we have seen officers and we've seen fencing between here and there. So we don't know exactly where they're going, but we will certainly follow them and try to do it as safely as we can.
Yeah, and that was Matt, our photojournalist. We've been monitoring these crowds, and we'll continue to monitor these crowds. You can see now, you know, we saw a large crowd here at Pioneer Courthouse Square, but now they're on the move, so we'll continue to follow them. Jeff, Jennifer, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
There certainly has been criminal activity that we witnessed, but we want to be clear, too, that these groups are able to come back to Pioneer Courthouse Square and continue to chant, and there were microphones, and people were sharing stories and clapping and laughing. So people are angry, and they have a right to be, and they're loud, but there has been no looting as far as I've seen, some tagging, no violence. So it's very different compared to what we saw on Friday night, but there is an element, a small group of people who are trying to cause damage and cause chaos, but it took a little over an hour, and police seem to have gotten most of that under control.
And let's remember that
downtown L.A. Before tonight, though, the LAPD arrested more than 2,700 people, mostly for failure to disperse and curfew violations since the protests began.
And right now, dozens of demonstrators are being arrested and loaded on a police bus for breaking curfew. This comes hours after a rather, well, remarkable sight. It happened earlier.
Talking
today
about
in
those
downtown
people that
Los
were on that
Angeles.
roof?
Several planned protests all merge into one giant march. NBC4's
I hope they're not talking about the people on that roof.
Chuck and Colleen, we're on the corner of 8th Street and Crenshaw Boulevard. This is considered Koreatown, and we want to step out of the way here and show you what we've been watching here for the past 15 minutes or so. Dozens of people loaded onto these big LA Sheriff's Department buses and taken into custody. We're told that most of this group just came from the Getty House, Mayor Garcetti's residence. Police taking this curfew very seriously. If you don't need to be out here tonight, you are breaking the law. Now, as you mentioned, we've seen this all over LA tonight, but for the most part, the protests we saw remain peaceful. Just before Los Angeles entered into another night of curfew, Demonstrators once again took to the streets, this time in the tens of thousands in the name of George Floyd. Tonight, a moment both powerful and poignant as marchers took a knee and held up peace signs in front of LAPD. And on the steps of LA City Hall, several hundred Angelenos sang.
Dear God, we come just to say thank you.
As faith-based leaders prayed with the mayor. Unlike previous nights that ended in violence, many here feel tonight
the diversity, the unity, it really warms my heart. It really does. And it just makes me want to just march out here every single day.
It's simple, just real change now. We've seen small movements over the past, decades, and it seems like nothing changes, so feels like now's the time.
Demonstrators given the time to express themselves, but when curfew hit, police and National Guard were quick to move in. Police took into custody hundreds breaking curfew. Now, police won't have a total number of arrests, of course, until the morning, but a reminder that this curfew is, in fact, LA County-wide, and it is into effect until 6 in the morning. We're live in Koreatown tonight. Hedy Chang, NBC4 News.
And Hedy, Hollywood was once again a major hotspot for demonstrators and protesters today and well into the night. Several marches with hundreds of people there throughout the area. That's where we find our Robert Kovacic tonight. Robert?
Colleen, the Hollywood Walk of Fame and Hollywood and Highland pretty much boarded up and quiet under the watchful guard this evening of the National Guard. But that was not the case today. LAPD Hollywood now tells NBC4 they estimate 8,000 demonstrators were here today, and tonight some of them tried to take their protest to new heights. The curfew counts on concrete, all right. Violators quickly arrested on the sidewalk at Bronson and Santa Monica. But would it still be relevant up on the roof? Some decided to find out.
Between 20 to 30 people up here currently.
So with police below and News Chopper 4 Bravo overhead.
Yeah, that's probably the dozens of people they were talking about they just arrested.
Spelling into the sky, BLM for Black Lives Matter.
We've just been up here peacefully.
That's what they were trying to spell? Holy shit, I couldn't make it out. I knew they were trying to spell something.
Throughout the day, thousands upon thousands marched through the streets of Hollywood.
All peaceful, cooperative with us. We were in conversation with them about their intentions, and it was a wonderful First Amendment demonstration with no law violations at all.
Tonight, Captain Steve Lurie, who oversees LAPD Hollywood, tells NBC4 what a difference a few days make.
There's been, over 500 arrests in Hollywood alone. And what we saw today was that remaining crowd, the crowd that wants to get out and say they're upset by something and they want to be heard.
But still a few,
here we go, blocking them in.
2 men and 2 women allegedly looted Urban Outfitters and took off. Police chased them, and then suddenly they had to get out of their way.
Unfortunately, when the officers started to arrest them, they tried to run a few officers over with their car.
With the car stopped, one of the officers was injured, cut by all that broken glass. The foursome tonight in custody, and here are the contents. Labels intact, merchandise ready to be returned. You see 2 more members of the National Guard outside of the Dolby Theater. As for those rooftop protesters, well, they eventually had to return to the ground and tonight are in police custody. We're live here in Hollywood. I'm Robert Kovacic. Chuck, let's go back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Robert. And one of the largest demonstrations ended much as it began, peaceful outside the mayor's official residence, Getty House in Hancock Park. But Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti wasn't home. That's Insecure star. Some
taking a stand.
Cars full of families staged on Raymond Avenue to protest George Floyd's killing without looters or arsonists derailing their message.
That's definitely wrong. I'm not for that. I don't know who's doing these things, but I know it's not protesters like us.
The caravan arriving at Pasadena City Hall for an NAACP and religious rally. People we met called it a welcome outlet for their sorrow and rage.
I'm feeling a little sick, and it's impacted both of my kids, who are 12 and 15, seeing everything that's going on.
We're tired of these senseless killings, and we're tired of the
justice that we're not getting.
In a setting reminiscent of a drive-in movie, hundreds of citizens tried to pivot from mourning George Floyd to demanding action in his name.
Floyd's image on Get Out the Vote posters dotted the landscape, and a politician clutched that poster while sharing his goals with the crowd.
All children in the U.S. are entitled to a free, quality public education to the age of 22.
Demands from this audience member include a fresh look at the case of Kendrick McDade, the college student shot dead 8 years ago by Pasadena police.
They need to reopen it, and they need to make sure that the killers, the cops who killed him, they need to be prosecuted. Black Lives Matter Los Angeles has two demands: prosecute killer cops, defund police departments.
For many in this crowd,
Defund police departments. What the fuck?
Here now for George Floyd and wondering how to make it stop.
It's like, how about we take your wheelchair away, lady?
And we're just
See how easy you can get around.
We want to live.
In Pasadena, Beverly White, NBC4 News.
Cops need stuff just like you do.
What's behind the blackout? The message in this social media movement, plus a major announcement for students at one of Southern California's biggest universities.
Even hotter tomorrow, maybe the hottest day in the group and a quick turnaround. I'll talk about it in my forecast straight ahead.
Back to Portland. Let's key in on Portland for a little while.
Got it. Okay, we're changing batteries on the pack, just so you know. We're changing batteries on the pack. Did you hear me? Huh? I don't know. Hey, Carla, can you hear me? Carla.
They're gonna go to Jenny first.
Okay. Can you, okay, is there a reason why we're not hearing break? Okay, never mind, we're here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. So we're at 4th and Salmon, and where police have this intersection in front of the Justice Center blocked off with a chain link fence, which has been going on for a couple of days. And the protesters, hundreds of them, have gathered here. They marched from Pioneer Courthouse Square over here, saying that they wanted to get to the Justice Center, is what we were hearing. Now they're up against the fence, and a line of police in tactical gear doing these chants that they've been doing throughout the weekend: no justice, no peace, I can't breathe. You have protesters like the one right here. If we can get him and the vest right there, he is yelling at these officers. It looks to be personal for him. He is yelling directly at these officers, and they just stand here until they're given the order, until it gets
too chaotic, and once they're given the order to fire gas or fire rubber bullets, they do. But so far, we haven't heard anything like that. They've just been here within the last few minutes or so. Again, they came from Pioneer Courthouse Square, trying to get to the Justice Center. That was kind of the word that we were hearing on the street, if you will, as people were scattering from Pioneer Courthouse Square. We are in an area, like we're giving you this aerial shot from a building where it's only media, and we're a little bit concerned because we have seen a couple of protesters come up here, and if they are in the area where we are, we're concerned that police might fire gas up here, because that is what they did on Sunday night, according to our security details. So we're kind of hoping that there's no activity up here, and that the protesters that try to come stand over here do leave and just keep it peaceful. But for the time being, I mean, to reset this scene, you know, we followed these guys since 6 o'clock this evening, where they gathered at 13th and Stark, a very organized group of thousands of people, and they said that the rules of tonight were, number one, no violence, and they marched from 13th and Stark to the Burnside Bridge, occupied the Burnside Bridge, then marched over to Pioneer Courthouse Square and met another group, and it was massive, the biggest group we've seen all weekend. It's thousands of people. And then, you know, that marginal group of 100 or so, according to Portland police, started lobbing fireworks at police at an intersection a couple of blocks away from the square there. So Portland police declared it an unlawful assembly. Hello? I can't hear anything. You're gonna... I know. Jennifer, we can hear you, but where we're standing right now, within the last few minutes, protesters have started to gather. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you guys hear me? Hey, guys, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Richie, why can't they hear me? Can you guys hear me? I can hear you. I can hear you. I don't know why you can't hear me. Okay, we need to leave. Let's go. Hey, guys, we gotta go. We can't be up here. Let's go. Sorry.
fence, but this is kind of what it looks like on the back end. You know, during the 9 o'clock hour, after things kind of escalated in this exact area, there was flashbangs, there was smoke, and the crowd dispersed, but you can see that the crowd has come back to the same area after they were congregating over at Pioneer Courthouse Square. You can see people are dancing in the street, but the biggest crowd is just over at 4th and Salmon. That's where people are congregating right now, and that's kind of near where that fence is, where police kind of have been telling people not to tamper with the fence. And so right now it's calm right now for the most part from what we've seen. You know, we haven't really seen any looting of any sort. We've seen lots of tagging. We've seen people, you know, spray painting security cameras, TriMet security cameras. But we'll continue to monitor the situation. Jeff, Jennifer, I'll send it back to you. Me? Jacqueline or Jenny? Carla? Did she say us or Jenny?
That she said our shot, but I'm not sure. She cool, y'all. Look. I interviewed her yesterday. She cool. Me and her had a heart to heart. She cool. Now all the other ones, I don't know about that, but point six news, she cool.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Everybody else, I don't know about that.
Are you coming to us or Jenny? Huh? I don't know who they're going to, Matt.
I don't know either. Thumbs up if you can hear her.
Did she say Jenny or Jacqueline?
Anybody who can hear her.
Oh, I can hear you. Okay, thank you though, I appreciate it.
Hey, can y'all go over here and show our culture? That's the black culture right there.
Okay.
Put that on the news.
Okay. What was your name again?
Can you guys hear us? Can you guys hear us? Can you guys hear us? Okay, good. I think that our batteries were dying. They were low. Our batteries were low. They weren't dead yet. We're not in the show right now, right? Okay, good. What did you say? Okay. Are you coming to us? Are you coming to us first, Carla? I think. Okay, cool. Okay. Where is Jacqueline? That guy's got binoculars. What are those things that with their like the things strapped around their vest there?
It's all less than lethal.
The what?
The orange means less than lethal.
On the belt? What kind of gun do you call it?
That?
Yeah.
It's just less than lethal.
No. I knew they should have taken our shot first. What was that?
They lit off firecrackers to say drop them.
Wait, what was that? Is that gas? So they threw it.
No one's smoking gas.
But what was the firecracker? What was that? What was that? Are those firecrackers?
Flashbang.
No. Hey, guys. Got. Hey, are y'all gonna take our shot? Are you guys gonna take our shot? Are you guys gonna take our shot? Okay. Yeah, Jeff, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Jeff, I can hear you, Jeff. Can you hear me? Okay, so we did watch that entire ordeal play out right here at the fence at 4th and Salmon. I want to show you what's left, though. Richie, if we could turn the camera around. We're leaving this area because protesters are gone, but this line of police, they were being... protesters were throwing water bottles from this area of right here where the bushes are, this building. We were standing up there earlier, and I told you all that protesters kind of gathered right there, and we needed to leave because it wasn't safe, for protesters to be following the media and getting in that area. And what happened is we left, some protesters left, but some stayed, and they started throwing things at police. They started throwing water bottles. They started throwing even glass bottles. But police, as soon as that happened, police did not hesitate to shoot flashbangs, to shoot gas. We saw a protester throw a firework at police in that line of police. We saw protesters throw gas canisters back at police, and you saw that line of police just kind of covered in smoke. But, you did see them kneeling, and, I know that we kind of thought that we've seen that across the country as a sign of respect, but they were putting on their gas mask, and we were having audio issues at that moment, and I wanted to tell you that when you were seeing them kneeling, it was because they were trying to situate their mask, because it was like our security guy noticed it and said we might need to leave this area because they're securing their mask, which means they might be ready to throw gas, and sure enough, that's what they were doing. Police obviously not happy with the situation, tweeting within the few moments that they will start making arrests if people do not leave. So we're heading back towards where these crowds are splintering. We'll send it back over to you guys.
Fifth and order. Fifth and order. Fifth and order.
Why they choose to do the things that they don't want to.
Safe. We certainly want to bring you the pictures of what's happening, but it's our job to try to stay safe at the same time. Jacqueline, are you all right? Yeah. All right, she's taking the mic.
We saw the flashbangs fly over our heads, so we just had to get out of the situation there. Thankfully, our security helped us get out of that situation, but we're seeing officers heading this way on 5th Avenue right now. You can see traffic is backed up, and you see protesters on one side here at 5th and Washington, and just over here, we've been seeing police kind of start heading that way. You can see a line of police officers right now trying to control the crowds right now. We've seen them use flashbangs. We've seen them use tear gas to kind of disperse the crowds. You can see them walking down 5th Avenue, trying to control the crowds right now. You can see a line of them walking towards the crowd. It's probably, 24 of them at least. I can feel tear gas in the air. We're going to kind of walk out of the area because the tear gas is in the area right now. Jeff, Jennifer, I'm going to send it back to you, but you can see that police are on the scene right now. here at 5th and Washington. They're trying to control the crowd, kind of get them in trying to direct the crowd in a certain area. Right now, we're not sure where they're trying to direct the crowd, but you can see that officers are walking down 5th Avenue. Jeff, Jennifer, we're going to have to send it back to you because the tear gas is kind of getting intense right now. So
take a breath.
Hand the mic over.
Okay, take a breath, take some water. The other voice you're hearing sometimes is our photojournalist who's there with Jacqueline, Matt. He's a veteran photographer here who has covered many of these. Can we switch to our other camera by chance and take a look at what else is happening?
Yeah, we see some folks running down. I believe this is 5th right here, and that's our Jenny Young's camera. I'm not sure Jenny can hear us, can she, right now? We at least have the picture right now. But
we know Portland police were trying to disperse them to the north and head that way.
You know, it gets confusing. You don't know what's gas sometimes and what's fireworks, but this definitely looks like gas right now, Jennifer. And there's the Portland police making their way down the street, herding the crowd out of the area. This was a peaceful protest. 9:30, it was a chaotic scene, and then it calmed down. And at around 11:30, we were about ready to say, hey, that's it for the news. And all of a sudden, projectiles started being thrown at police, and they fired back, and this is the result. So it turned chaotic again 2 hours later at 11:30. But this is the scene tonight with police in riot gear with their gas masks on as we're coming up on 11:45 tonight. But downtown, definitely not as many people as were there before, but the last people, and this seems to play out, the last stragglers, this is often when we see the violence start to break out in the late hours of the evening following these protests.
And we watched that live play out on our cameras where the protesters were up against the fencing that has been put up around the downtown core area and that line of police officers. And at one point I had said it looked as though the police officers were kneeling. They may also have been adjusting their gas masks as they were preparing to send off the flashbangs with the gas in it, which would make sense because at that point that's when we had been seeing the protesters throwing fireworks and water bottles at them. Some of them, police saying, from even up ahead, or up above rather, in a parking garage.
So police definitely on the move tonight. You know, for a while we hadn't seen police. I mean, they were keeping back, they were guarding the fence areas, but they were letting in peaceful protests. But once the chaos erupted, the police made their presence known.
I can kind of hear Jenny. If you bring her mic up, can we hear her?
I can't.
Jenny, can you hear us?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Jenny.
Jeff, I can hear you guys. Okay, I can hear you guys. I can't hear the producer. We're at 5th and Yamhill, and we just saw Portland police. I think you guys saw that live. They were throwing a lot of gas this way as protesters headed our direction. And I don't know, you might have heard them on the loudspeaker say that protesters are throwing projectiles at police. This is an unlawful assembly and that people need to leave. So they were making that clear over the loudspeaker that protesters were throwing projectiles. We didn't see that because we had stayed back. So they have been throwing water bottles at officers tonight. We did witness that. We witnessed them throwing fireworks at one point, and then we also witnessed them throw a glass bottle. But that's not the majority. Sorry, I'll get out of the shot. That's not the majority of people out here. There goes the tactical team. And, you know, Jeff, Jennifer, probably what they're going to be doing now is going from block to block, intersection to intersection. Okay, he just threw gas. Okay, so that's what they're doing. They're just going to be going from intersection to intersection and throwing gas along the streets. That's been their mode of operation since, you know, every time these things get chaotic. In the last
This is in Portland, too.
Headed our direction, so we're going to turn around here so we don't get too much of that. But these groups have really splintered now, and you saw that big one over at 4th and Salmon at the chain link fence there about 10 minutes ago. Police threw so much gas that it dispersed that group, and now there's a lot more splinter groups. All that gas is headed this direction. Yeah, but right now, Portland police going block by block with their patrol units, their tactical vans, and trying to break protesters up. We did hear them a few minutes ago on the loudspeaker saying everybody needs to leave. Protesters are throwing projectiles at them, making that clear to the protesters. This was supposed to be peaceful tonight, and it's just a shame for the folks who wanted it to be peaceful, which were thousands of people. We've been reporting that yesterday. We've been reporting that all afternoon long, up until about 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Are you guys still with me?
Yeah, Jenny, we've been listening right there. We'll let you get out of the tear gas for a minute, and we'll come back. As our Jacqueline Abad is her camera steady? Not yet. So if you guys can keep your shot up, if you're in a safe distance away from the tear gas, and look at the amount of stores as we're going around here, just boarded up. Some for safety, some really. There's the nines. We all know about the nines, and look at the nines tonight.
Point.
Boarded up. As we go around town, everything. I mean, would you ever imagine downtown Portland looking like this? Broken glass, boarded up shops, and chaos
Are you guys there?
on the streets. Yes, Jenny,
I can
go
hear
ahead.
you guys.
Are you out of the tear gas range now?
Yes, we're out of the gas. You can see patrols with their lights on, sirens on, just going around the streets, block to block, letting these people know it's time to go home. It's an unlawful assembly at this point. And you see, like we've been talking about, just splinters of people. You know, we have a group on this at this intersection here at 6th and Morrison, a group of about 8 or 10 or so. Excuse me, sorry. And now here coming down Morrison here, it looks like the tactical van, and they've been known to throw out gas. So we might want to stay out of the way. Yeah.
This is Portland Police Bureau. This is a civil disturbance, and we have declared an unlawful assembly. Leave the area now, or you will be subject to uses of force to include riot control agents and impact munitions. Leave now.
All right, so you just heard him.
This is the Portland Police Bureau. This is a civil disturbance, and we have declared an unlawful assembly. Leave the area now, or you will be subject to uses of force to include riot control agents and impact munitions. Leave now.
Okay, so they didn't throw out any gas that time, but a block back, the tactical team threw out just a canister.
I need fucking
of gas
ride out of here, bro.
A block back on a street that would
Someone
basically
here.
had just about this number of people on it.
Yo,
a little
I
bit
need
more,
a fucking
but,
ride for sure.
Again, just splinters of people here.
Yo, someone give me a call. For some reason, I
You
can't
know,
get this
a
live
lot
stream
of
off
them
my
went
fucking
home.
phone.
We saw a lot of them crossing the Burnside Bridge about an hour ago on their way home back east where they started at 13th and Stark around 6 o'clock tonight. All right, so here's another tactical van. They just threw out a canister of gas right there. That young man was just standing there. Wow, that individual is just standing there by himself, and I don't know, I don't believe, he might not have been the target, but it landed right at his feet. Huh. Okay, so again, they're just circling the city, circling downtown like they've been doing every night, except last night. Last night it went off, you know, peacefully, but tonight a handful or 100 or so of rogue protesters decided to start throwing fireworks at Portland police, according to PPB, and that's when things went south. That's when things went sour.
All right.
And
that's
you know,
Jenny
we're
Young right
just
there.
like,
Hey, Jenny, we're going to switch to Jacqueline Abad. She's at another location. Jacqueline, where are you at and what's going on?
Jeff, Jennifer, we are now here at 5th and Morrison. We were kind of closer to where Jenny was, near Pioneer Courthouse Square. There was more tear gas that was used. We've seen police cars kind of going up and down the streets trying to tell people to get out of this area because now PPB has called this an unlawful assembly. You can see police off into the distance just circling the area, trying to get people to leave the area. For the most part, the crowds have been dispersed. Now watch out. We can see that police are going up and down the streets. Now you can see them coming down this way as well. We're gonna cross the street, or try to cross the street, but you can see the police are out here right now, just kind of monitoring the situation, trying to get a hold of the crowd that is now dispersed. You know, originally this crowd was over at Salmon and 4th, where they were kind of ganging up on that fence. You know, police were telling them, do not tamper with the fence. That's when officers used flashbangs. Then we saw protesters use fireworks in the crowds. And so now police are trying to take control of this situation here in downtown Portland. You can see it's a continuation of police cars driving up and down the streets of here in downtown Portland. And you can see them, as far as protesters go, you know, there are, we can see there's some smoke out there, kind of close to Pioneer Courthouse Square, just out front. You know, police have been using tear gas in the area to kind of control the crowds, to kind of disperse the crowds. And the crowds are dispersed here in the downtown area. There is a lot of people congregating in one spot now. Like I said before, Jeff and Jennifer, back to you.
All right, take a breath, Jacqueline. Thank you for reporting and showing us what's going on. But even if there are just some small groups of, say, 5 or 6 people who are standing around, we've seen police throw those flashbangs at them and see the gas. Whether you say they're doing something or not, they're out and about, and police have said, go home. This is from earlier in the night. This is video you're watching from earlier when things really started to escalate and get out of hand at about 9:15. So there were large protests happening, peaceful protests happening all day that started at Revolution Hall. They tend to gather at about 6 o'clock, and then they made their way over the Burnside Bridge several times today, and then violence erupted. And this was an interesting moment when we saw just a civilian in a truck who was somewhat teasing those officers there. He'd pull ahead, and then he'd back up, he'd pull ahead. So they're throwing firecrackers there at police, who then responded, and eventually that truck went away as police started to follow him, but he just drove away eventually.
Yeah, just another strange part.
Yeah, make sure they get the license plate.
Jenny, we can hear you. Go ahead, Jenny.
Okay, so we're at the corner of 6th and Alder, just a block down from Pioneer Courthouse Square, where police kept just circling the square, throwing out tear gas and smoke. And, you know, I'm not an officer. I'm not riding on those tactical vans. I don't know what it's like. But, I mean, we witnessed them throw smoke and tear gas very close to just individuals, people that weren't in a group, and like hit very, very close to the feet of people just standing. So again, I mean, I'm not on the van. I'm not throwing out these things. I'm not, you know, riding on the side of a van and, you know, down the street throwing stuff. So I don't know what that's like, but I know it came very close to people, very, very close, who were just standing alone, unarmed. But this is really, you know, this is what they do when they're trying to break up these splinter groups, trying to finally drive them out, get them home. They go block by block, they throw gas, they keep their sirens on, they keep their lights on. You have the patrol cars, and you have the tactical vans, and the 12 officers on the right on the side of the vans, the tactical officers right on the side of the vans, and they go and they observe, and then they throw gas, or they throw smoke, or they throw a flashbang. So that's what they're doing right now, and it's just kind of block by block. You know, on this block right here at 6th and Alder, we're not seeing, you know, we're not seeing police. We're just seeing, you know, 2 or 3 people in groups. But, you know, go another block over, 2 or 3 blocks over, you might see police, or wait just a minute here, and police might circle this area. So police want these people to go home. They declared it unlawful, you know, an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. And, you know, a lot of them did go home. You know, there were thousands out here, and a lot of them did leave and go back to. Many of them were telling us this is peaceful. And I mean, more than, you know, again, thousands of people, and they wanted this to be peaceful, and that's not how it turned out tonight because of a group of rogue protesters, about 100 or so, according to Portland police. But, you know, it's too bad that they couldn't pull it off again tonight, the peaceful protest that we saw last night. You guys watched it live on the Burnside Bridge, you know, them talking about how after they ended the march, after it was disbanded, anybody else that was out causing trouble was not representative of that group. We saw how peaceful it was. We saw how uplifting it was, and then tonight just didn't turn out that way, unfortunately. Portland police were praising their efforts earlier. Before this, hours ago, Portland police were on Twitter praising the efforts of these protesters, thanking them that, that this was remaining peaceful and that they appreciate their right to protest. Okay, so we're going to wrap it up and send it back over to you guys.
Okay, Jenny Young and her crew. And you see police being very effective in clearing street by street, just going around. Our crews are capturing all of that. And
more empty streets here with Jacqueline Abad, and this is really what we saw at the end of Friday night too. One of the worst nights of the protest there is at some point we kind of just start to follow the stragglers, and they've clearly dispersed most of the people, and so you're seeing a lot of empty streets or reporters walking the streets here as just some small groups are left. And Portland police did tweet that a trash can was set on fire and had spread to a tree. That was at 2nd and Alder where Jenny was around that last time we were talking to her. But really things, I think, have sort of reached a point now where most people have dispersed and things are quieting down here. Again, this is exactly what we saw on Friday night, where we're just sort of following stragglers.
Okay, we haven't seen looting. We saw that on Friday. We haven't seen the looting today, but this is a remnant, the boarded up shop from Friday. Jacqueline Abad standing by with our photographer Matt Rashley. What's your location? What are you seeing, Jacqueline?
We're near 3rd and Morrison here. We're actually heading to 2nd and Alder, kind of like what Jennifer was saying. Portland police just tweeted out that a dumpster was set on fire, so we're heading there now. We continue to see Portland police driving up and down the streets, trying to disperse the crowds. From what we've seen, the crowds are pretty dispersed. We haven't seen a lot of protesters congregating in one specific area here in downtown, but you can see just off into the distance, I'm not really sure what cross street that is, but a group of Portland police officers kind of blocking the street right there. You can see them continuing to drive up and down these streets, and that's what we've been seeing, just a line of cars, police cars going back and forth, trying to control these crowds, trying to get people dispersed. Like we saw earlier, we saw a big crowd kind of congregating at Salmon and 4th, and we continue to see Portland police trying to get control of the situation down here in downtown Portland. Jeff, Jennifer, we're going to continue to head over to 2nd and Alder to see if there's any developments with that dumpster fire. So we'll send it back to you in the studio.
Okay, we'll certainly keep an eye on things. Jacqueline Abad and our Jenny Young for a 5th night of protests, covering that for us all throughout the downtown Portland area. We certainly thank them and our photojournalists and our security detail who has been with them all since the very beginning.
And we thank you for watching us tonight. I know some of these images are hard to watch. These are difficult times we're living in right now. We all have different emotions about it, and that includes us as we bring you the news, and we appreciate you watching tonight. We are going to send it back to network program.
Couple fist bumps there with cops. That's why the tears were coming out.
Okay, so I've been told by several people that there isn't anything going on at 38th or 36th and Victoria, so I don't know where the police are actually headed, but they did come on with sirens and lights. So if you guys know where they're going, where I need to be, let me know. I'm trying to, I'm still having messages come in, so give me a minute. I have sources from other news stations saying that
I don't know why these are still considered live videos. They're not live.
Up that fast. Anyway, we're down by Carolyn's.
There's that dumpster fire. Not a big fire. I mean, it put out since we saw it, but yeah. I'm guessing that would deter a lot of these people. Well, I mean, like the looters. So you got the no Trump, no fascist KKK in the USA, mixed in with police brutality. It's all the same though, apparently. Sniper. Sniped. These people are also protesting against social distancing, apparently. I don't know what that loud humming is.
It in the video. Nobody gets hurt. Nobody's saying anything racial. It's, you know, a miscommunication. Maybe the people outside thought that they were making fun of them, but they weren't. You clearly watched the video yourself. Well, that's another thing I need to try. Now that we're on live, and I'm trying different things.
This is crazy. Oh, that bell is awesome. I love that bell. This shit might actually get ugly. More and more people are joining them up there. However, they are all white, so they're going to be labeled white supremacists. Counter protest to the protest. I love it. Now, what will they say about this? Doesn't look like they're getting violent, so. Where is this? Shit, I forget where this is. Why is nobody watching this? There's only 617 people watching this live stream on there. Why is nobody watching this? Oh, this might get ugly. That's Boise, Idaho. I love that bell. No! No! I thought we lost it. Ding ding, round one. I'll put the link in and hold on 1 second. Might be the most important thing we see all day, as long as it's not. I really hope it doesn't get physical here. got people going up to their faces and confronting them head on. That's a link to this video that we're watching right now. Everybody needs to share that link on social media. Boise, Idaho. Blue Lives Matter protesters and Black Lives Matter protesters slash police brutality protesters slash Donald Trump haters protesters. Yeah, that's Boise. I wish there was an interviewer up in between them. And that sounded like some kind of firework. The cops are now getting in between everybody. Look, down here, there's a guy with a gun on his back. That is some kind of an AR. I don't know what kind of weapon that is, but that's definitely a weapon on that dude's back, right here. Right where my mouse is, there's a guy with a weapon on his back. That's an AK-47, AKM, something of that nature. These guys up here are also armed. Oh shit.
Leave the area now.
It's about to get ugly.
Use of force to include riot control agents and impact munitions.
This is not good. That's a 7.62 gun. Potato gun? No. There's I don't know if there's any black people in Idaho. That's a racist question.
Can I ask you what you're doing?
There's a black person right there in the red hoodie. And in the black hoodie.
What's your first and last name?
I'm Gracious Oriaki. Gracious.
Look at how young these two cops are in the bottom left.
Me and my buddy Cheeto, we're just trying to help the community and trying to meet.
This kid right here, he looks to be about 20-ish. These are all younger looking people.
This is our community. We gotta clean it. We can't just let people wake up the next morning and it's just like trash. Like this isn't how Portland usually is. It's usually like a clean city, but we just we just feel convicted just to just do our part to at least try to make better of a bad situation, basically. Oh yes sir. Yeah. It's it's a little bit tough. But like I said, I do understand the situation. People do have a right to protest. People do have a right to like have their voices heard. So we just wanted to, also be a part of that protest, but also show that, we can also, care on our community.
They're moving backwards, it seems.
So, yeah. Gracious.
Seems like they told them to take a step up.
O-R-I-A-K-H-I. Oriaki. Oh, this is my friend Cheetah.
Seems like police are telling the Blue Lives Matter people to take a step up. And now they're kneeling in front of police.
I honestly wasn't really surprised because I feel like it got to a point where, obviously so many people gathered in the square. And yeah, it was peaceful for a while, but I feel like a lot of people had a lot of
This is remarkable.
Just seeing like all the the cops gathered together, I think it kind of like triggered people. And that's why people, they still want to even though they told everyone to go home, people still want to, show, their power, still protest. But I don't know. I just feel like the situation really. I try to see both sides. I feel like the situation should be. People do need to go home at the same time they need to get home. So it's kind of tough. It's kind of like split down the middle. I'm a little bit convicted myself, but I don't know. I just felt like we should have. We should just help clean them all.
Thank you
I
so
don't know
much.
what these explosions are.
Yeah, we're 4.6.
Oh, sweet.
I know. I asked you a million times how to play your name, but I'm going to tweet it out. Gracious, right?
Yep.
What do y'all think?
O-R-I-A-K-H-I.
Thank you.
Oh, wait.
Okay, I'm going to get I don't know what we're going to do, but I'm just going to
I just really don't want this to turn ugly, this situation here.
And Gracious, tell me why you're out here again.
I turned the sound off on all the other tabs. I have them in my other monitor so I can see if anything happens, but explosions are flashbangs in Portland. It says this is in Idaho, or Boise, in the description. So I don't know if this is actually Portland or what. The way these people are dressed, it doesn't seem like Portland though. This seems like Idaho. Let's see, this is it says CBS 2 Boise. So that should say, if that's true, this should be Idaho. And the police are separating the crowds so nothing gets out of hand. And they're more looking at the Blue Lives Matter people at the top of the steps. That's Blue Lives are policemen. Tammy Doe. You see the flag with the blue stripe in the middle, Tammy? That's the police. It's a symbol for the police, basically. The American flag with the blue stripe in the middle. A lot of cops use that logo. They're all just standing there, chanting Blue Lives Matter. As far as I can tell, this hasn't gotten violent yet. the police are a lot of the police are facing up. Okay, I completely missed the bottom row of police in front of the Black Lives Matter or the protesters that have been protesting the killing of the black man. But there's two lines of police, one facing up and one facing down. So they're just trying to keep a line in between everybody. Now this has been labeled an unlawful assembly, so at any point the cops can shut this down. Yeah, the people at the top of the steps are armed. I seen a rifle on the back of somebody that was below the line, so both sides are armed. Share this on social media, this video. I'm going to put the link in the chat. If you could share that link on social media, Facebook, Twitter, whatever. Just put a title, Blue Lives Matter face off against, I don't even know what you call these protesters. There's so many different issues they're going against. I would say blue versus Black Lives Matter or something. This is Idaho, definitely. Okay, now the Blue Lives Matter activists are leaving. I don't know where they're supposed to go. Yeah, I don't know why they just ended the stream like that. Okay, it looks like most of the stuff is dying down now. I cannot believe they ended that stream right there. That is terrible. That is ridiculous to me. Anything can happen right there. We wouldn't even know. They might have been leaving, but the situation definitely wasn't over. And they deemed that an unlawful unlawful situation or whatever they call it. I forget what they call it. Unlawful demonstration, something like that. You had people armed on both sides of that. So. Yeah, assembly. Okay, I'm sorry. I know I've been watching this for 8 days. I should realize the lingo by now.
Yeah, they're kind of like a cow.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
No, we're going to set up the here north side.
Thanks. He's so sweet. Thank you.
I think this is what democracy is all about. You have people from different socioeconomic backgrounds, different races, you have kids that are here practicing and try to change it.
This is a really, really good analogy that he has here. Okay. Tell me what you're saying.
Okay, yeah, so as a white male, I have all the privileges in the world, and I don't have any worries at all. If I'm out here, nobody's paying attention to me. But if I have the llama, that draws attention to people. They see him, and people of color kind of feel the same way. They feel like somebody's paying attention to them. They're watching them. They're standing out in the crowd, and they don't want to be. So Cesar kind of has the same analogy of people who, feel like somebody's paying attention, and they shouldn't be paying attention to him. So that's what the most important thing for him to be is to draw that kind of attention.
Was that not the epitome of empowerment?
If I can find any more. I feel like anything I find right now is gonna be Oh, we've seen this. Davis is actually live again. So they restarted their stream after the confrontations and all that, after everybody started to walk away, which I don't like. They shut down the stream in case something happened. I know that's what happened.
No justice! No justice!
And now we're seeing everybody walk out. I wanted to see where the other protesters were going, the other side. Yeah, Boise's still on. This is Boise. After everybody started to leave, then they put their stream back on.
For those of you watching at home, I'm going to cut across the street here to the other side of downtown to see if I can cut the protesters off and catch them again on their march back to the Idaho State House.
I love y'all enough to be able to put myself.
So we're gonna go follow the I mean,
This was Andrew Mercado's video from earlier. This is that place where they were congregating last night. This is what it looks like in the day, in the daytime.
Right now, I'm waiting to
This
see
was
if
a-
they cross through the Grove Plaza.
This was about 13 hours ago. I just wanted to see what it looks like in the daytime.
so you guys haven't been able to see what's happening. I want to find another mask, so we're gonna keep our distance away from people.
A few protesters have straggled through the side streets here on 8th and Main. And we'll see in just a minute if they do in fact cross over to make their way back.
Thanks, Michelle.
Apparently there's still no police in Minneapolis where this is all taking place. It's kind of strange.
So while we are waiting for the protesters to return, I'm just going to fill everyone in. The protest has been going on for a few hours now.
Yeah, that's why I had to verify. When you said that we're meeting at Target, I almost...
The protest has been going on for a few hours now since the end of the candlelight vigil for George Floyd, which was peacefully held at the Idaho State House from 8:30 to 10 p.m. tonight. Shortly after the candlelight vigil ended and everyone went home, the group of protesters re-emerged, possibly the ones from last night, and took up their place on the steps of the Idaho State House. So they were not invited by the candlelight vigil organizers, and the organizers of that vigil were very quick to tell me that they were not associated with the protesters that were coming out tonight. And that was a good 3 to 4 hours ago that they began the protest that took place late last night in front of the Idaho State House. So again, it's been mostly peaceful so far. There's not been any major incidences of violence, and the police presence has been very heavy, even heavier than last night. There have been SWAT teams here, there have been Idaho State Troopers, there have of course been the Boise PD, and many other groups trying to keep the peace here in downtown Boise as the protests continue. We've been following this for CBS 2 all evening, I'd say since about 8:30 tonight, possibly a little earlier. And right now we are standing on 9th and Main, as we wait for the protesters to return. You can see a police officer right there, possibly preparing to block off the streets in anticipation of the protesters coming back. It seems that they're not quite sure where they're going to head either, but if the previous march is an indicator of where they're going to go, then this street will be it, because they've gone on 4 or 5 marches from the State House through downtown and back over the last few hours. This is the 3rd or 4th time the protesters have done this tonight, and they usually take this route when coming back to the State House. Usually they're gone for 10 to 20 minutes, and then they resume their chanting on the steps there in the heart of downtown Boise. And it looks like they are in fact coming back this way, so they should be here in just a minute or two.
They still going?
I think so. Looks like that's them, yeah?
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah.
Yep. So it looks like they are coming back right down that narrow sidewalk right there, and they should be here in just about a minute. You can hear their voices now rising through the air as they get closer, and the cops block off this intersection so that the protesters can pass.
Okay, so I don't want to be a killjoy or anything, but I'm going to get some sleep. I'm having rough times with my hours right now with all these protests going on, so I'm going to end the live stream. But I'm going to put the link in the chat so you guys can go follow this video that we're watching. Or there are many other people covering the protests still into the night and probably into the morning. But I need to fix my hours. My hours are all messed up from staying up all night watching these live streams. So I want to thank everybody for being here and hanging out with me and everybody else in the chat. So I'm going to put the link to this video so you guys can watch it, or you could follow another live stream, but I'm out.
I'm going to flip this back around now so you folks can better see them. There we go.
Here's a link to that video. Thank you everybody for watching this with me and throwing your opinion out there. Don't forget though, whatever your opinions are, they're valid to you. Other people not like your opinions. They might get offended by them. But they're still your opinions, you know? And everybody's opinion does need to be heard, no matter how ridiculous it is. You got to be open to other people. So I'll just leave it at that. God bless everybody. Have a nice night. And yeah, I'm just glad the protest didn't get too violent tonight, especially that standoff at the Boise, Idaho courthouse or whatever that was. So God bless you all. I'll probably be back tomorrow with another live stream. And have a nice night.